Well, actually...
And I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just about my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind. To the videos, they thought I was a black guy, that's hard to get over. I'm foreigner in the sport, but I'm fully devoted. I don't take it for granted that the door's been open. I knew I was different, I knew I was chosen. A breadwinner, but I'm soft-spoken. Authentic like a 5950 and there's no cap. Let's have a toast to that. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the they done baptized the bad guy. Still don't follow religion. The fabric's not average. The cotton's Egyptian. 500 for the shoes come dirty, but the European. Less is more and less is the bank. Up the score, I pull up from Trey. From the tray, I'm ballin' like Trey. Do what I can, I do what you can't. I wrote this 30,000 feet up. 10 toes stay G'd up. I'm tryna get that type of wealth like a house on the hills can't see us. Say the money still me up. Stay humble, stay teed up. I don't tell you how to live, so don't hit me with no weak stuff. And if you know the deal, then you know the deal. If it's real, then you know.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't, subscribe to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. I'm a fan of the channel, so I booked a 2-hour session just to show support, just to show love and say what's up. He provided a wealth of information, way more than I was even expected. He has an excellent presentation. So I just wanted to let y'all know you will not be disappointed. Book the consultation, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. Dre, man, I appreciate you. I will be out in Colombia, and I look forward to linking up with you. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you. Peace.
Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually...
Well, actually, we are here with Andre and Andre. Love Crossing Borders. Appreciate all you guys that are here. And thank you for your patience. I like that, but I don't want to start there. This is where I want to start. This is where I wanted to start. About a week ago, I did an episode and I talked about how black people who claim that, you know, we built the United States, and I asked the question, United States, is the United States the only country that we ever built? And shout out to my brother AMSM, a man supporting men. He clipped that section and posted it on his Instagram. Well, the responses were, how can I say, a little non-supportive of your boy. Black people said that I'm not going anywhere. Anybody that leaves the United States, you must be fleeing. You must be afraid. You must be escaping. Even though I talked about on that clip all type of problems that are taking place in the United States, and they don't look like they're going to change, from the gas prices to mass shootings or what have you. doesn't look like it's about to change anytime too soon. You got 3 more years of Trump to deal with. And he might be just taking over the political realm to where he can run for a 3rd term or a 4th term. And I wouldn't be surprised. But I am surprised at the fact that Black people, no matter how much we complain about the United States, we refuse to take advantage of global options to be the best that we can be. So tonight's episode is dedicated to the passport bro or the Black expat or passport kings or passport cartels, whatever you want to call us, that have decided to travel the world. And in many cases, we decided to relocate versus, well, Black folks, the FBAs, the ADOSs, Hebrew Israelites, NAACPs, ADOSs, and like my brother Angry Man likes to say, BINO, B-I-O-N, or B-I-N-O, which is Black in name only. Some of us are just BINO when it comes to the United States. So it's the passport bros versus the plantation bros. And we're going to see once and for all who holds the cards on tonight's episode of Andre and Andres Love Crossing Borders. Now let's get started. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Got some intro music going. Shout out to all you guys that are here. Appreciate you guys. Excuse me for being late. Goodness gracious. I went to go grab me some cerveza, some beer. Goodness gracious. You know how long Colombian lines are. I should have known better. I should have just ordered it through Rappi. It takes forever to stand in line in Colombia. Goodness gracious. But hey, you got to get used to it. You got to get used to it. Shout out to all you guys here on the Sabado evening. I saw my brother Ahmad Milner as numero uno already here. Shout out to you, brother, being here. And we got Simple Logic representing in the building. Glad to see that you're here. Salute to T-Mac. Shout out to you. Hey, T-Mac, I tried that with the Bitcoin, and check out how it looks. I'm gonna have to do some adjustments. Watch this. Watch when I pull it up on screen. Oh wow, it worked. Let me know if that works, T-Mac. Oh, that wasn't what I was thinking about. I wasn't thinking about it there. Even though that's cool. But let me know how that works. If you guys who are supporting by way of Cash App, if you want to send your boy Bitcoin, you can. Let me know how that works. Salute to you, T-Mac. Appreciate you, brother. And shout out to all you guys that are here this evening. It's going to be a fun evening. I was having problems with it before. I was going to make it a little larger, but I guess that's a good size for it. Shout out to my brother Don, aka Don J. Don J. in the building. Glad to see that you're here. Glad to see that you're here. As well as our brother Kenny in the building, Mr. Peoples. He said, "Good evening, Dre. Good interview with Ronan." That was a good interview. Once again, if any of you guys are interested in getting the slides in which Ronan and I went over yesterday, just shoot me an email. I know you guys, I responded to all you guys last night, and a couple of you guys have hit me up today. And so I've responded already. So if you're interested in getting those slides from last night's episode, shout out to Ronan Travelers. Did a great job in informing us how to live, relocate in the Philippines, what Filipino women are like, as well as the community. Guys, if you want those slides, plus the cost of living, definitely hit me up and I'll get those over to you in a millisecond. Yes, sir. He said, you already know that black ain't going the black folks ain't going no damn where. He said, but running into store, traveling and complaining about the economics. Economics. That's all they're gonna do. I noticed that in the comment section of AMSM. We're gonna watch that clip today. I noticed in the comment section with AMSM, was it nothing but complaints on complaints on complaints. Let's see. Shout out to this is, you know what, T-Mac? It worked great. But it doesn't, you know, with the Bitcoin, it doesn't tell me who it came from, though. Like, it shows me the Bitcoin that is there. Shout out to you for the $5. I think it was you that sent the $5 love. But it doesn't. Let me see something. Let me give it a second. It might pull up. Like, it'll show Bitcoin received. Shout out to you guys that are supporting by way of Bitcoin tonight. Just right up here, just click it. And you'll be able to send Bitcoin as well as to the Cash App. Yeah, it didn't show the name, so I didn't get a chance to give a shout out to the person who sent it, but it came through. Appreciate that, T-Mac. Right here, let's scroll down to here. And I'm gonna change this, make it a little larger in for tomorrow episode as far as that Bitcoin. But shout out to you. Yeah, nothing but complaining. Let me scroll down. We got Ronan in the building. Good morning to you, kind sir. Good morning to you. Salute, Dre. Good morning from the Philippines. Drinking coffee. I'll drink along with you tonight. I'm doing something rare, having me some cerveza. I was in the mood for some beer, so. Here's to all you guys. Good morning. Here's to all you guys. While preparing in the lab. Yes, sir. Have a great show. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. And Mom SpaghettiOs is in the building, man. You're going to make me go buy some SpaghettiOs one day. You're going to make me buy some SpaghettiOs. He said, hit that like button for our brother Dre. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, gentlemen. If you hit that like button, that will be appreciated. That will be appreciated. Once again, tonight's episode is the Passport Bros versus the Plantation Bros. We're going to hear what they have to say, the Passport Bros and the Passport Sisters. Well, Plantation Bros are going to be up first. Then the Passport Bros. Then we're going to go back to the Plantation Bros and Sisters, and we'll end it with what the Passport Bros have to say. Shout out to you guys. Yes, sir. Hit that like button. Definitely. Shout out to my brother David Dice of the Dice family in the building. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Let me scroll down a little further. Dave says this, Big Brother Andre working hard again. Another live stream. Let's go. Yes, sir. I'm excited. I'm excited, man. You said let's good. Leave it up. Leave it as is. Okay, cool. Cool. I'll leave it as is. I'll get some banners made and all that. I'll get like the outside. You know how certain YouTubers got their websites and all that other stuff and Instagram and all that. I'll have all that set up there in a few days as well. So shout out to you, brother. Poor man 3138 in the building, the Detroit boys.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Do not play with them Detroit boys. You know where we from and you know how we act in public. You know how we act in public. Shout out to my brother Andrew Brigg Jr. That is. He said Memorial Day week. Is it? Is it Memorial Day week? I don't know. Don't even give me the line, bro. It's probably, man, if it ain't Christmas, Thanksgiving, Halloween, or my birthday, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't be remember Valentine's Day, 4th of July. I don't be remember none of that in the States, man. I can give you Valentine's Day because me and Andre celebrated. But Valentine's Day in Colombia, remember this, gentlemen, the third weekend of September is the official Valentine's / Friendship Day here in Colombia. It is not February 14th. A couple people do that, like me and Andre, because she married to an American. But for the most part, if you're dating a Colombiana, it is the third Saturday, Sábado of September. Do not forget that because she will remind you. He said the final boss battle is here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Avoiding Florida panhandle traffic, it's horrible. I can imagine, bro. I could imagine. Shout out to my man Garland in the building. Appreciate you, brother. He say, what's up, chat? What up, though, brother? What up to you? Hope everything's going great. He say, Drake, thanks for the slides from last night's show. Yes, sir. Any of you guys that are interested in those slides from last night, make sure you just shoot me an email. Let me put that banner up there real quick. Make sure you shoot me an email, and I will make sure that you guys get those slides as soon as the show is over. So don't feel like that. Wait a minute. Can I ask Dre today? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Let me scroll here. You say it will look better on the other side of the screen? Let's see this. Let me try that. Okay. Will it look better on the other side? Over here? Because it's covering up the words, push yourself. So would it look better over here? Or would it look better over here? Let me know. Right here is on my left. On my left. And over here, it's on my right. So let me know if it looks better on the left or on the right. I think it looks better on the left because it's not covering up the push yourself picture up there. You say my Knicks in 5. Let's go. It's looking good, Knicks. It's looking good. I ain't gonna even lie to you. Y'all surprised me. You have surprised me. I am not a hater. I am not a hater. Shout out to the Knicks, man. Yes, sir. They running through. I won't lie about that. Yeah, it came through. Thank you very much, T-Mac. Oh, man, we doing real good. We got my brother Professor in the building. Yes, sir. We must be doing something right tonight. I hope everything's going great with you. Professor, let me know if you're still in Mexico, man, how things are going. Let me know if you're still in Mexico. If you're somewhere else, let me know, man. He said you can also set it up either or portion of all of the money sent to Cash App to be auto converted to Bitcoin. Oh, okay, cool. Yes, sir. Let me scroll down a little further because we got my brother Passport Salvation in the building. Yes, sir. He say next Cologne Wars. You ready for the next one? Cologne of the night is Liquid Brune. B-R-U-N. Liquid Brune is a clone of one of Parfum de Marly's very, very famous clones. And this clone was clone of the year last year. It was actually one of the out of all the colognes that were made in 2025, this was the only clone of a cologne that made the list of the top 25 colognes for men last year. So this is a really good clone of one of the Parfum de Marly's colognes. Shout out to you guys. Liquid Brune. Shout out to my man Most in the building. Girl Most BK in the building. He said, what's up, Dre, Andre, and chat? Shout out to them indie boys in the building. Yes, sir. He say, is in the building. He say, been extremely depressed as of late. Talk to me, brother. Talk to me. So I appreciate some prayers. I do keep you guys in prayers as well as positive thoughts. I'm glad that you mentioned that. I when I say that, man, I don't be saying that just to say I'm gonna keep you in my prayers, dude. While the intro music is going and everything, that's my prayer time for us. Like me and Andrea have prayer time for you guys, but then when the show gets, I never told you guys this. When the show is about to come on, I don't care how fast I'm moving. When the Kevin Samuels intro is on, while that intro is on, I'm having prayer for a good show, and I'm praying for us and our families and our travel. Some of you guys are getting on flights. Some of you guys are getting off work. Some of you guys are on your way to work. Some of you guys are going through, are right now financially blessed. Some of you guys might be going through some financial challenges. Some of you guys, your kids are driving you crazy. Some of you guys, your woman is driving you crazy. So before every show, I take that 2-3 minutes out to have some quiet time of prayer for all of us, man. I kid you not. And then when we go to church on Sunday, that's when I pray for us too. So when I say I keep, excuse me, when I say I keep us in prayer, I really do keep us in prayer. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to all the veterans out there. Memorial Day weekend, man. Prayers for the loved ones and the families out there also, man, that have lost loved ones. I'm better on the right. So it looks better on the right. Let me see. Let me move it over to the right. We're gonna try to right tonight. So you're gonna make me want to move my you're gonna make me move my photo. Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're doing? I'm gonna have to move the photo. Push yourself. I'm gonna have to move that over toward the middle a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. Yeah, but I guess it does look better on the right. That light. Good point. Okay. Let us see. Let us see. Oh, let me go back here. There we go. Mess around with T-Mac. Trying to get everything in order. Okay, you said the chat covers up your left. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay. I got you. Yeah, if I look over here, I see what you're looking at. Thanks, T-Mac. Let me scroll down a little further. Make sure I got everybody. We got 46 in the building. Appreciate you guys being here. We got LJV, Southern Vegan, in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Glad that you're here too. We got my man Cool in the building. Cool T. We're doing something right tonight. He said, God bless you and your family, my brother. Yes, sir. I'll take those blessings. I will take those blessings. Let me scroll down a little further. I think we got everybody. Okay, let's go ahead and change the music. Yeah, my eyes are trying to get used to. See, you can't see what I can see. I got a clock right here. You guys that watch the show, you don't see on the camera, but there's a clock right here, right? That lets me know how many minutes I've been on, so forth. Like I've been on like 23 minutes right now, right? And so I'm so used to looking to this side that now I got to get used to looking to this side. We're gonna get it. Okay. Let me scroll down a little further. I got everybody. Shout out to all you guys. As I was saying, and I hope my brother gets a chance to get here, because this episode is definitely dedicated to ASM, a man supporting men. And he was the one that actually brought this topic to light. Let me change the music. All right. A man supporting man says this. He said, that's all vibes. Yes, sir. Hit that like button. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you being here. He was the one that brought this topic to light because, like I said, I was talking. It's kind of funny. You guys are going to see a shirt that kind of looks like the same shirt I have on now, but it's not the same shirt. Okay. But last week in that shirt, I gave commentary on, listen, I don't see why people of color, black people, do not take advantage of travel globally as much as we should. And then when we do, other black people hate you for it. Our white tea brothers and sisters can travel the world and nobody's gonna say anything. Latin people can travel the world, nobody's gonna say anything if they leave America and come back. Our Asian brothers and sisters, as well as everybody else, could travel the world, leave the United States, relocate, silent crickets. But the moment that black men and women start relocating, it is not white people that got something to say, Latin people that has something to say. Nope, it is not Asian people that got something to say. It is always black people that opens up their mouths from the plantation. They've never traveled. Over half of them don't have passports. Many of them haven't ever left their own cities. but yet they've got 2 cents to say about you and I traveling and relocating to other countries. And so I said, enough is enough. We're going to see if it's all cracked up to if it's all cracked up to be. If travel, is it all cracked up what we say? Is it all what we're saying? In other words, or is staying in the United States all that like they're making it seem? Because if you listen to people in the United States, the only time you're making a mistake for being there is when there's something going on. But the moment that you leave, everybody want to be patriotic. You notice that? While you're in the United States, they want to complain about gas. They want to complain about violence. They want to complain about politics. They want to complain about the foods. They want to complain about medical and cost of living. They complain about everything. But have you noticed? The moment that you decide to leave, everybody in the Black community wants to be patriotic and say, you are a fool for leaving. Our people build this country. It is our soil in this land, or our people buried in this soil. Wait a minute. Which one is it, Black people? Can y'all tell me that one? Because this is what this episode is about. I'm trying to understand from the Black perspective. You complain about everything in the United States. Okay, let's get started. You complain about racism, right? You say the Arab brother is racist at the store. You say the white man is racist about this. The Karen, the white woman, is racist about that. You can't stand all them little ratchet kids that's running around. You said that come on, Black folks. You said, I'm quoting you. You said that most of the music that's being played on the radio, you don't even like. It is disrespectful. It is misogynistic. You said that is not the hip hop music that y'all originally listened to and created. Where is the R&B? You're saying this, Black people. You're saying that the medical system is too expensive in the United States. You're saying this, Black people. You're the one that's saying driving while Black. No other country is saying that. I'm going to repeat. You can do your homework. You can go to ChatGPT. You can go to Claude. You can go to DeepSeek, and you can ask them, are other countries filled with Black people talking about driving while Black, meaning they're going to be harassed by the police because of racism? No other countries? Maybe, let's say 1 or 2. I'll put it out there. Maybe 1 or 2. Maybe Canada, maybe. I doubt it, but I'm just saying maybe. My point is, you complain about the United States. You whine and cry and fuss and cuss about the United States. But when someone says you have options, you want to tear that person down. How dare you tell me I have options? How dare you tell me that I can use the US dollar, geo arbitrage, get a better bang for my buck? How dare you tell me as a Black woman that I have other options of men in the world? As a Black man, you have other options of women in the world. How dare you tell me that? How dare you tell me I've been Black my whole life? I feel Black. I love Black. Everything is blackity black, right? Right? Come on, Black people. This is that episode, Plantation Bros. I'm talking to you, all you FBAs, ADOS, original descendants of slaves, NAACPers. Come on, talk to me. You are correct. You can feel Black as you want in the United States. You want to know something that you have never felt while you was in the United States? You ready for this one? And you don't brag about it, And I never heard my mother say it, my grandfather say it, my grandmother say it, my cousins. I've never heard my black coworkers say this. I've never heard my black girlfriend say this. I've never heard my homeboys say this. Pastors, Iman, I have never heard none of y'all say this. Y'all ready? I feel like I'm American. I ain't never heard y'all say that. I've heard black people say they black, blackity black, Negro, African American, all the good titles. I've never heard you say you're American and you feel like you're American. I didn't just say you feel like that you call yourself American. You feel like you black, don't you? And we brag about it our whole lives. I have never heard one black person in my life, military, out of the military, in professional, rich, poor. I've never heard it in a song. I've never heard a black person say in the United States, I feel like an American. Here's the kicker. I've heard plenty of black men, white women, black, white, Asian women, Latin men, Latin women. The moment we leave the United States, we feel like we're Americans. I have been reminded more of my Americanness than my blackness than ever in my life. Nobody walks up to me and says, he's a black guy. Oh, there's a black guy over there. Hey, that's Andre. He's a tall black guy. No. The first thing that comes out of the mouth of everybody that I talk to or describing me is that's the tall American or the tall black American or tall African American. That's the American dude. Everybody looks at me first as an American first, my nationality, not my ethnicity. You, as black people in the United States, programmed me and millions of other people to focus on our ethnicity and celebrate our ethnicity, which is a great thing. I'm going to say this again. Being black or being of African American descent or African descent, whatever we want to put it, is a wonderful thing, just like it is for whites. I'm going to tell you something. I am not anti-white celebrating white. When I hear white dudes say, listen, I'm celebrating my Eurocentric, my from the island, my heritage from Ireland or my heritage from where I'm telling you, I am not one of the people that be hating on white dudes for loving being white. I do not hate on white women who love being white. If they love their heritage like you do, what is wrong with that? I never understood that about black people when a white dude sit back and say, I love being white in America. But then you're willing to say, I love being black in America. Why can't each culture love their ethnicity? Here's the kicker. Black people, I promise you, you are going to love your ethnicity when you leave America, and you're going to finally appreciate your nationality once you leave America. And I mean just to visit. You ain't got to relocate. You ain't got to take up the kids and move. I'm talking about just travel to another country and realize how much people notice and want to know about your nationality and not your ethnicity. I have never had anybody ask me about my blackness in America. Tell me how it is to be black in America. What type of foods do you guys eat? Can I get a recipe? Nobody ever asked me that. You know what they asked me about? As an American, what do you think about that dude Trump? As an American, what's your favorite sport? As an American, do you guys drive on what side of the road? As an American, they don't never ask me nothing as a black person. Not one person has ever asked me anything. They asked me about American slang. They ask me about American streets, American tax, American medical system, but no one has ever stopped me and said, Andre, could you tell me what is, even in the black community, what it's like to be black in America? They don't ask me that. They ask me stuff about my nationality. What is it like to be an American in America? What are American recipes? What type of music do y'all listen to in America? What's going on with the violence in America? What type of movies are coming out in America? They don't ask me about no blackness. Am I black? Yeah. But in other words, once black people start getting passports, hint, hint, get your passports, and start traveling, you will notice that your ethnicity that you consider number one is not number one in the eyes of the other 96% of the planet. I'll say that again. America, with our little 400 million people, we only make up 4.3% of the planet. The other 96% of the planet is not looking for you and your Negro signs, just like they ain't looking for the white boy to have white boy signs. They ain't looking for the Karens to have a Karen sign. They ain't looking for the Latinas to have no. When we leave, we are all red, white, and blue. And that's all people care about. Our nationality first, then our ethnicity. Then our ethnicity. I'm going to say something I never said before. I'm very picky about the black people I hang out with, even outside the United States. I'm going to say that again. I am very picky about the black people that I hang out with outside the United States. If you hang out with 98% black people outside the United States, don't invite me to the picnic. If that's all you going around meeting black people in every country, which is cool to do, I love it. But I'm not hanging out with only black people in every country I go to. I did not leave the United States just to hang around ethnicities. I left the United States. One of those reasons was ethnicities, but the major reason is to learn different nationalities. I am not just going to hang out with black people in Italy. I'm not just going to hang out with black people in Mexico. I will hang out with black people, yes, in all countries, but those are not the only people I hang out with. And I know brothers that leave the United States and all y'all do is go to the black areas and the black this and the black that, which is cool to introduce the world to. I have nothing against that. But if those are the only people you hang out with outside the United States, only black people, don't worry about it. Don't invite me to the picnic. Don't invite me to the picnic. One of my goals before I go on my final day is to live life as if I'm already in heaven. Say that again for the back of the room. One of my personal goals is to live life as if I'm already in heaven by way of all the ethnicities I get to meet. Because when I get to heaven, it ain't all black. It ain't all black. And I want my life here, the Bible says, on earth as it is where? In heaven. If it's in heaven and all type of ethnicities are together, who am I to leave the United States and I'm only hanging out with one or two ethnicities? That's not what heaven looks like. I'm trying to be in Italy and just in the lost in the back of a small town with some Italian dude and his old wife introducing me to their winery. I'm trying to be in the city and be in the Afro beats area in Portugal among the brothers and sisters. I'm trying to be in parts of Brazil where there are Japanese, Koreans, and Vietnamese, as well as the Afro-Brazilians. When we were in Cuba, I was not only hanging out, me and Andre were not only hanging out with the Black Cubans, we were hanging out and learning from everybody. So my travel experience, I wanted to be on earth as it is in heaven. And in heaven is all type of ethnicities. And so in my life on earth, it's going to be all type of ethnicities. But I know some of you brothers, man, y'all come down here to Colombia, you only hang out with Afro-Colombians, pro brothers, learn the brotherhood, and that's cool. But say that again. That's cool. But if that's all you come to these countries for, is to be a pro brother like you was in the States, don't invite me to the picnic. I ain't going. I am not going. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't that pro brother like that. It's too much to learn on this planet. I'm gonna say this. There's a lot to learn from people of color, but there's a lot to learn from people from others. There is so much I can learn from Black people from around the world, but there is so much I can learn from Black people. I can learn from people that are not Black around the world. And I'm not about to pigeonhole myself into a self-made prison of being a Black man. Y'all con me with that bull in the States. In the States, think about it, guys. Never in any of our schools in the inner city, since we were kids, since they took the Pledge of Allegiance out of schools, you don't see nothing in the Black community that celebrates our nationality. Okay, if I'm lying, put it in the comment section. Put in the comment section one thing that celebrates our nationality as Americans, other than 4th of July. Don't give me that 4th of July. Give me something else. Black History Month? That's Black folks. I'm talking about, I didn't say your ethnicity. I said that celebrates your nationality. Nothing. Nothing. There is no celebration in the Black community of being Americans. Nothing. We got all type of cultural events. Yes, we do. Racial events. Yes, we do. Ethnic events. Yes, we do. Name one event. I don't care if it's a Black parade celebrating Blacks being American. I don't care if it's a day of celebration of Blacks being American. Name one. I don't care if it's a cabaret, a picnic, whatever. Name one national celebration that we do, ever have done as Black people to celebrate that I'm just as American as everybody else. Oh, we ain't got one? We ain't got one. So, but when it comes to celebrating our race or our ethnicity, we got all type of celebrations. That's why as a Black person, you never understand how wonderful it is to be an American until you leave America. I don't care what Black person says what. You can never convince me otherwise. There's a lot of stuff that people back in the States could convince me of. The one thing that you will never convince me of since I've left the States, and I watch you guys who have left as well, you are celebrated as an American just as much as you're celebrated for your race and or ethnicity. And I've never had that happen in the States, ever. And I don't know nobody that had that happen. I don't have one family member that talked about how they are American and proud to be American. Not one family member, not one friend, not one coworker, not one female I've dated. No ex-wife like that. No, I don't see kids being taught that. We teach each other all about our race. And I know I'm rambling with this, but I'm laying a foundation before we go to the video. If you want to celebrate Black people being American, take a trip outside of America. You ain't got to relocate, but I promise you, if you think I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, here's the dare, here's the challenge, here's the call to order. Within the next 2 years, schedule your first trip outside of America. And I don't mean that going to Canada bullshit. I'm from Detroit. Canada's across the street. You ain't doing us no justice. I mean, actually go to Mexico, Honduras, El Salvador, Belize, Cancun, Panama, Cartagena, Brazil. Watch how your American pride comes up. Lastly, when it comes to American pride, I hear Black people say this. This is the part that gets me. Shout out to my brother Top Gun in the building. Hope all is well with you, brother. I hear American Blacks often say this. That, well, nobody likes America anymore anyway, so why would I go out there? You better watch what country you go to, because a lot of countries don't like America. No, it ain't us they don't like. It's our politics and our politicians and sometimes our military they don't like. But a regular everyday American, they ain't attacking us. Ain't no records if we go to Thailand, somebody attacking Americans just because we're American. Ain't no records in Brazil, DR, most of Europe, they just attacking Americans because they're American. No. You know what happens in other countries now? Soon as they find out you're American, they be like, oh, we'll keep you in our prayers. We're seeing what your president is doing. Nobody is sitting back hating Americans. Only Americans are saying that. Now, certain countries, yes, of course. But we've been going up and down with those countries for years. But the countries that most of us travel to, we have no beef with anybody. So Black people, that myth talking about, well, we're hated and people will attack you. Go to the news footage. What Black people being attacked? What country? Well, Black people went to Mozambique last year and 13 African Americans were attacked. Where? Well, Black people went to Ghana last year and 27 Blacks were attacked. Where? Well, you know, Black people went to Colombia last year and 37 Blacks were attacked. Where? We ain't talking about the passport pookies getting drugged. We're talking about everyday American Black people. Where is the attack because you're American? How many of you guys have ever been robbed because you were American? Every guy that's ever gotten drugged in Colombia did not get drugged because he was American. He got drugged because he was stupid. Not because he was American. So I'm just trying to encourage Black people. I know I'm sounding like I'm coming at us, but I'm trying to encourage us. If you want to know the truth and stop repeating stuff that you heard off of social media, get yourself a plane ticket in the next 2 years and go visit some of these countries. And your American pride, that red, white, and blue, will start coming out, and you'll realize, wow, I'm just as American as the white brother. I'm just as American as the Asian sister. I'm just as American as the Irish brother. I'm just as American as the Latin sister. I'm just as American as everybody else. Your American pride will come out, and you won't have to live and die only having Black pride. As long as you're in America, you will live and you will die with only Black pride. Pride of your history as a Black man. pride of your current state of a black man. And there is nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with us being proud as a people. But I want to know what it was like to be proud as an American. And it never happened in America. And it's amazing how it happened once I left and once many of you left America. All of a sudden, everybody's calling. It was as if everybody wants your autograph. Hey, American, can I get your autograph? Yes, yes. You know I'm an American. You just signed in red, white, and blue. You just think you a celebrity. Girl, I'm about to get some. Hey, come on, let's be real, fellas. This barbershop. When you was in the States, have you ever got some coochie because you was an American? Ever? You lived from state to state. Have you ever got some coochie in the States? She said, ooh, I ain't never been with an American before. Ever? Hell no. Now, when you went to DR, did you get some coochie sometime because she ain't never been with an American black man? She done been with all them Dominican black men. She ain't never been with when you came to Colombia, have you had somebody that said, I'm gonna give it to you just because I ain't been with a American black man? You all in Thailand. She like, I see the African dudes here all the time, but he ain't like you. I want to give it to the American black man. You know how much coochie I done got in this country and other countries just because I was American? You know how many, dude, you be wanting to roll up the condom red, white, and blues. Women will give it to you just because you're American. She ain't never got a chance to lay down with an American. But in the States, ain't nobody ever gave you no coochie because you was American. Shh. That's the last reason she gonna give it to you, baby. Why should I give you some? Baby, you know I'm American. Stop tripping like that. That don't even sound right in the United States, does it? Girl, you know, hey, you know what we about to get into. I ain't about to give you no coochie. Why, girl, I'm American. You should be giving it to me. It don't sound right when you in St. Louis do it. That don't sound right when you in Kansas or Detroit. It just don't sound right when you in Louisiana talking about some girl, you need to give it to me because I'm American. It don't sound right, does it? But as soon as you cross that water, this female that's been waiting to get with an American dude because they've heard things. They've been with their own men. They want to be with an American man. I've heard things. How much coochie them chicks be giving you out of just being mysterious, this questioning? My brother Zeta says this. Shout out to all you guys that have showed up. There's 73 of y'all here. Shout out to you gentlemen here. Zeta says this. He said German women definitely will give it up because I was Black American. He like he lying. Let me go to the super chat real quick. My brother says this. Shout out to DC. Maybe D Code be in the building. Mr. Jenkins himself. He said, I'm proud, FBA. And I agree. All should have pride. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And I think we should not only have pride in our ethnicities, in our races as Americans, because we are in a melting pot, but I do believe that we should have pride of our Americanness, our nationality. But it's hard to celebrate our nationality the way that we should in America, and we don't. We're so caught up on our race and our ethnicity that we rarely celebrate our nationality other than 4th of July, right? Let's be real. Memorial Day weekend, Veterans Day weekend, President's Day. But as Black people, we don't. We do not celebrate and have a real true proud of ourselves in regards to our Americanness. But I promise you, when you leave America, it will amaze you. That is all you are for the most part. Yeah, you still black. They don't see it as that. When you see somebody staring at you, they are not staring at you because you black. They staring at you because you American. He look like he American. Oh yeah, girl. Yeah. Let me go get his number. In Brazil, let me go give him a kiss. I ain't had a chance to kiss an American yet. I'm telling y'all, man, y'all better get y'all some passports and start traveling and prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, man. Let's get started with the video. This first part of the video, man, like I said before, this is from last week. Let me pull this, go over here. My bad. This is from last week. I know it looks like I have the same shirt on, but I don't. And my brother AMSM, shout out to him. I don't know if AMSM is here right now, but he clipped a portion of the video from last week, put it on his Instagram, and it pissed black people off. And you're going to hear what I said to piss black people off. He got like 55 comments. I ain't leaving nowhere. You can't. He's a tether. Hey, black folks, can I tell y'all something? That tether BS that y'all be talking about all the time, let it go. It only works to people that live in the States and give a dang. Dude, I don't live in the States. That little tether, little slide remarks that y'all try to make about each other, that don't impact me. He's a tether, bruh. You want the truth? I don't even know what a damn tether is. I've been hearing y'all say it for like the last, 8-9 months. That's a tether. These are tethers. Those are dude. I don't know what y'all mean by that. I know what it means by way of computers, but you black folks, you call people stuff that A, don't give a damn, B, don't know what it is, and C, go back to A. So black people, that he's a tether. Oh, okay. I don't know how to take it as a compliment or an insult. And if it's an insult, I don't live there, so I don't care. He's a tether. I'm like, okay. I don't know what that is, bro. That wasn't around when I left 10 years ago. So I gotta say, if you want to insult me, you gotta say some stuff from back in the day, like he's perpetrating. Okay, now I understand. He perpetrating. Hey, Dre, you know you perping. Okay, now I understand. I'm perpetrating. Okay, I got you. I understand. But tether, I don't know. Don't give me the line. Let's get started with the video. Oh, he said most of these Americans follow trends on TikTok, Dre. So it means nothing. They're mostly follow. Okay, cool. And my brother says this. Shout out to Tech being in the building. Tech says this. He said tether originated from the movie Us. He says somehow it became an insult for black people that trace their heritage from outside. Okay, I got you on that one. Okay. I don't know why they think I'm a tether. I'm from East Side Detroit. I say stuff, but I'm just black as everybody else. Shout out to Theo being in the building. Theo says this. He say tether used by FBA describes African and or Caribbean immigrants who moved to America for economic opportunities using the benefits of the American Negro or the American Negro civil rights struggle. I can understand that. Okay. There's only one. The only problem is these people. I don't have a Caribbean accent. I sound like I'm from Detroit or from the South somewhere. you know, coming from our mothers and dads' heritage. But I'm starting to see that they use that term tether for anybody that don't agree with the modern day Black narrative. Every time I say something that they don't agree with, that's when I see the tether comments coming through. But hey, it is what it is. Sadiq says this. He say, that's why they use it. Okay. Am I frozen? No. That it does look the same, does it? No, I'm not frozen. That shirt that I had on that episode is actually a black shirt. It's actually a black shirt. This shirt is a blue shirt, but they do look alike, right? So it does look like I'm frozen. But this is the actual clip. This is the actual clip that our brother AMSM got and he used on his Instagram, and he posted it, and that's when the brothers and sisters just went crazy. And so I said, you know, I'm going to do a reaction to that one. So let's look at the video. Check it out. Let me shut up over here. I have no more survivor's remorse. Go down with the plane. Go down with the Titanic. Go down with the United States. You can keep using that excuse, but we built this country. And I'm here to tell you, Black people, name the country we didn't build. We ruled Europe for 800 years.
The south of France was ruled by black men at one time, as was Spain and Italy. Black men ruled Europe for 800 years. Part of that empire still exists today. It's called Andalusia, and it truly has some of the most magnificent architecture in the world.
They don't teach you that the Moors were Africans that went into Europe in 710 AD. They don't tell you that these Africans brought universities into Europe. They brought soap into Europe. They brought a very special water that was to disinfect you when you were sick. They called it al-Kul. Al, in the Islamic language, brings forward a concept of something sacred. Al-Kul, holy waters. You use it. It's called alcohol. Rubbing alcohol. They brought that. They brought strawberries into Europe. They brought olives into Europe. They brought grapes into Europe. They taught Europeans how to make wine. Now you drink Italian wine and you think Italians invented that?
Before I go any further, shout out to Theo. Theo says this. Theo says, let me blow myself up right here. He said, basically, you are intelligent and free from the plantation, so they are trying to tear you down and say you aren't FBA. And it's kind of funny. They look at, I noticed this, Theo, they only consider someone FBA if you stay. If you leave the plantation, you are no longer FBA. I don't care how many generations you go back. If Theo goes back to Japan or he comes to Colombia, if Theo goes back to Europe, all of a sudden he's no longer FBA. That's the part that gets me. And they can't accept it. That's the part that gets me. Shout out to Theo with the $5 love. And shout out to you guys supporting by way of PayPal, Cash App, Super Chats. The first question I asked them was on this clip, what country didn't we have an impact, or continent didn't we have an impact on? Most FBAers don't even know that we ruled Europe for 800 years. We've been here developing this country for 450 years, right? Right? But ruled and helped develop Europe for 800 years. So when I say, yes, we did have a major impact on the development for 400 plus years of the United States. But it's not the only country. Do you know them black folks got pissed? How dare you tell black people about the 800-year ruling in Europe? How dare you tell the FBAs, the ADOS, the Hebrew Israelites, and the rest of them, the NAACPers, that we also ruled and developed on another continent twice the amount of time that we worked on the development of this country. But they didn't want to hear that. They cuss black folk. Can't put this on the white man. Black folks cussed me out in the comments, called me all type of names for reminding them that we were in Europe helping develop and establish Europe twice the amount of time that we've been in the United States, helping develop the United States into the country that it is today. They didn't want to hear that. I'm about to show you something else they didn't want to hear. Name the country we didn't build. Japan was originally black people, not this white Japanese that you, or Japanese that you see. Name the country we didn't build.
I've never seen a black Japanese person.
We technically don't have like the original people that lived in Japan years ago. They got like wiped out. There was two different types of original Japanese people. Types of people that originally were in Japan. Because Japanese people alone are not supposed to be that pale skinned.
They were never white.
They were never white. Those Chinese people that came in basically like
they killed all of them.
They killed all of them. So when they came and then they started, you know, also like mating with some of the Japanese people there, then they keep becoming whiter and whiter and whiter and whiter. And man, yeah, dude.
They erased their
original history.
Wow.
Japan itself, its history itself is so fucked. Like it has so much history that doesn't get talked about. Because now we see the Japan of today.
And they covered it with Hello Kitty.
And Naruto.
Bruh. Those black people and our brothers, a man supporting men, AMSM's Instagram, they were pissed when I said that Japanese people were originally black. They didn't want to hear that. Black people in the United States want to act like that's the only country we have ever been to. We've never been to another continent. We've never migrated anywhere. We've never explored it anywhere. We've never invented anything outside the United States. If it was not invented by a black person in the United States, that invention does not exist. It's not real. It is not real. Only black people in the United States invent. Only black people in the United States are the original black people. The rest of you are tethers. We're talking about black people that were around in Japan centuries before America was called America. We're talking about black people that were ruling Europe centuries before America, the Pilgrims, even thought about crossing over the ocean. But if you say that to black people in the United States, boy, you talking about pissing off some people? You talking about pissing off some people? No wonder there's the ongoing joke. If you want to hide anything from black people, where do you put it? Go ahead, put it in the comments. I'm not going to even say the answer. You guys know it. If you want to hide anything from black people, where do you put it? Put it in the comments if you know the answer. Let's continue on. If you want to hide anything, there you go, Theo. In a book. You put it in a book. Dang shame. That is one of the. I heard a brother say this early, and it just I didn't get a chance to. I think I added it here, but I don't know if I didn't get a chance to add it. This brother in the 70s, he was a teacher. He said, it is so sad. The first people in the history of the planet to read were Black people. And the first people to write were Black people. And the first ones that had libraries were Black people. With hieroglyphics in Egypt. Brought libraries in reading, mathematics, and writing, and taught it to all the other countries. And today, you can't get a Black person to pick up a book for the most part, except for those of us in Theo's classes. You can't get a Black person to pick up a book. If you guys want to see something that a lot of people don't talk about with Colombia, go to a Colombian bookstore. Go to a Colombian bookstore or go to a bookstore in Europe. Them motherfuckers ain't never empty. I have never, ever been to a bookstore while American bookstores, Barnes and Nobles, and all of them are closing down. Bruh. It's always packed in the Colombian bookstore. They bookstores stay so packed, they just went on ahead and just had a little area with tables in the back and couches where you can sit back and just read. And if you want some coffee, you can get you some coffee. Just me and Andre stay in the bookstore. You think it was a comic book store. And when we were in Europe, it was the exact same thing. Bookstores stayed packed. That's one thing I can give Colombians for. I don't know about other parts, but Colombia, the bookstore gonna be packed. In the States, shh. The only time you're gonna see Black people in the library is when they're looking for jobs and they ain't got no computer at the house working. So they go use a computer at the library. But talking about checking out books, they might check out a movie, but books, shh. I love bookstore too. Shout out to Farty. Yeah, Scholar, I love bookstores too. He said one of the best scholars on Moorish history is Dr. Robin Walker. Let me write that down. Let me write that down. Yes, sir. It's sad. Shout out to Kofa. Kofa says that he said, Black folks, how dare you want to leave the same country we hate, but want to stay in? For real. They be mad at us for leaving. Professor says this. He said writing came from the I pronounced that incorrectly. Anunnaki, I hope I got that correct. Anunnaki, who taught primitive humans and altered their DNA. There you go. See, that's what I'm talking about. Knowledge. Bring the knowledge. Jaman says this. Better yet, want gifts from their so-called enemies, aka Mighty Whitey. He said, hid in your books. He said, if you know your history, it's hard to program you. That's a good way of putting it. Corporal says this. Shout out to Corporal being in the building. He said, Dre, he said, I'm so done with Black people, so-called modern day African Americans, ADOS, meaning original, descendants of slaves. And I don't think that's original, but the authentic, I don't know what the A stands for. In the FBA, Foundation of Black Americans. Let's scroll back up. Shout out to Will being in the building. Salute to you, Will. Hope everything is going great. Let me know if you made it back, man, or if you're still in the States. He say, salute Dre family. Say, please smash that like button. Support Love Crossing Borders. Support by way of PayPal, Cash App, and Super Chats. Since being back in the U.S., okay, you answered my question. Back in the U.S., he said, witnessing home, I feel sorry for you, bros. I ain't gonna lie. That's how I felt when we went to the conclave. I'm like, ugh. It was crazy. You know what was crazy? I went to Walmart with Richie Mack. I think it was, what else was it? Was it Will? Was that you with us? Me, you, and Richie Mack went to Walmart. Let me know if that was you with us. I think it was you. And I felt so in another country. I felt so out of place, bruh. I'm looking around like, wow, so what is it? You would have thought this was my first time in a Walmart. That's how long it had been since I've been in a Walmart. Oh, you still in the States? Okay. Shout out to my rent is due, or your rent is due 22. He's in the building. Anunnaki. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Mexico too, 90% literacy rate. Yeah, man. It's crazy. Let me go back to the video. Let me not hold you guys up too much. So when you want to cry and say we built America, you're correct. But America is not the only country that we built. We built South America, we built Central America, and we built parts of Europe. We ruled Europe for 800 years. So once again, name the countries we didn't build, or what continent we didn't have a major impact on.
These are the 10 blackest countries in the world. And when I say blackest, I mean these countries have...
Okay. Before he goes any further, give me the answer for number one. What is the blackest country? And do not Google. You should know this by now. We travel enough. What is the blackest country in the world outside of Africa? Outside of Africa. You guys should know this one.
The most black people outside of Africa. Number 10, we have Spain. They have about 1.2 million black people that reside here. Number 9, Mexico. They have about 1.3 million black people that reside here. Number 8, we have Canada. They have about 1.5 million black people that reside here. Number 7, we have Jamaica, where they have about 2.7 million black people that reside here. Number 6, we have Cuba, where they have 3.8 million black people that reside here. Number 5, we have Dominican Republic, where they have 9 million black people that reside here. It could be the Plantanos. Number 4, we have Haiti, where they have 10 million black people that reside here. Sapase! Number 3, we have Colombia, where they have 12 million black people that reside here. Number 2, you have the United States of America, where they have 42 million black people residing here. God bless America. And now the moment you've been waiting for. What do you think number 1 is going to be? I tell you what, these might be the best chips I ever had in my life. You ever had these? All right, seriously. And number 1, the country with the most black people outside of Africa is Brazil, where they have 113 million black people that reside here. Comment below if you were surprised by any of these countries on the list. And
so that excuse of why you want to stay on the plantation. All right, you guys called it. You guys called it. Brazil. You guys called it right off the gate. Shout out to all you guys that put Brazil up there. Yes, sir. No surprise. No surprise at all. Shout out to 007 and official Kobe being in the building. He said, damn, I thought Russia. It was Russia. Nope. Brazil. Will says this. Will says, he said, yes, I thought it was you we went to Walmart with. He said, yes, with the Walmart. He said, I feel sorry for my sister. He said, she complained a lot for no reason when we were at Walmart. He said, act masculine. I told she need to relax. Yeah, the lady that was working at the counter, the sister, like, it ain't that serious. And we were being nice. Yep. I thought that was you with us. That's why I was like, wait a minute. I think Will was the one that took us there. He said Canada is the only cold country in the top 10. That's a good point. I never thought about that. It's a real good point. Because you built the plantation doesn't fly with me. It doesn't fly with most of us who are leaving and who have left, and we are living amazing lives. And I'll end this talking to mom and dad, uncles, cousins, and all you brothers and sisters that are in the United States, Ungawa Black Power. It feels so good to watch the hell that you living in from the outside.
Growing up poor gives you PTSD, and nobody talks about that part. You know, a lot of times people think, you know, you could only get PTSD if you go through something like war. But that's not true. Poverty is actually usually the first exposure that most of us have to PTSD. Think about this. If you grew up poor, your nervous system never relaxed, ever. You learn really early, like we all did, that stability is important. That food could run out, that lights get cut off, rent might be late, and that nobody is coming to save you. So when you start doing better, your body doesn't believe that. See, your body still remembers the trauma of growing up in poverty. That's why some of us hoard food. I was thinking about that this morning. We were talking on live, and I said that because I thought about that. That's why some of us hoard food. That's why some of us don't trust money. That's why. That's why some of us are in survival mode no matter what. Like, we always operate from the mindset of just surviving.
I would be, if I was still in the United States, I kid you not, I would be talking like you. I would be walking like you. I will be responding like you. I will be upset about politics. I will be disappointed about cost of living. I will be upset about how relationships are working. I'll be mad about this law and that law. Hear me out. If I was still in the States, still on the plantation, even though the gate is open for me to leave anytime I want to, I would be just as upset as you are. So I don't take that for granted, and I don't take it away from you. You should be upset the way the cost of living is. You should be upset that you've got kids about to graduate high school and cannot even read on a 4th grade level.
We're dumb as hell. Over half of Americans read below a 6th grade level. Not struggling readers, bro. The majority of Americans. And before you say, oh, that's poor communities. Nah, dude, it's y'all rich people too. More than income, more than your neighborhood. And this is the thing. This is America. The land of opportunity. So you could be a dumb motherfucker and still be rich. One of the biggest indicators is a mother's reading level. Because if you're dumb as rocks, it's more likely that your kid's gonna be dumb as rocks. California is the wealthiest state in the entire nation, and they have the lowest adult literacy rate. And I need you to understand that a child who cannot read proficiently by grade 3 is 4 times more likely to drop out of high school.
You should be upset with the gasoline prices. Since y'all said y'all took over Venezuela and you getting all their oil, you should be upset about that.
Give me that shit. Give me that shit, man. Man, I don't want that fake ass shit. I want this shit, nigga. Give me this shit, man.
Can't see it behind this pole. Well, maybe you can. That says
$5.99 for gasoline. Dang. That's what y'all paying? $5.99 a gallon. No wonder y'all mad at me in the comment section of AMSM. No wonder y'all perturbed, upset, and unruly. Goodness gracious, no wonder y'all kids roaming the street. Ain't nobody got no car to get no car. Ain't nobody got no gas to drive the car. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. I got a couple of them up there for you, International Quiet Storm. Shout out to you for being here. He said, I just filled up yesterday. 670. Ooh, wee. That's not too bad. Shout out to Naptown. Goodness gracious.
Some guy put in $2.84 in his car. What's going on?
Bro, do not ask me to go nowhere. That's not.
Damn. Shout out to T-Mac with the crypto over on PayPal. Appreciate that. There's the crypto code right there in the top right-hand corner, gentlemen. If you want to support by way of PayPal, super chats, as well as crypto. And shout out to my brother over on PayPal. My brother Will with the support over on PayPal. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, man. She said, don't nobody ask me to go nowhere unless you gonna pay her.
Paying me because, excuse me?
Yes, it's so kind here. You can take my wallet, take my phone, take my bag, take my ring.
Oh, hell no. What the fuck Circle K got going on?
Whoa, Circle K got the 999 for the 99. Circle K, what y'all doing for the 99? Got the juvenile for the 99. Goodness gracious, that's over there with T-Mac and them are. That's them T-Mac prices, them California prices right there. That's Jay Fleming prices over there. Woo. For the 99 to the 2000, right? That's right. For the 99. That's right. Goodness gracious. Man, when I come back to the States, I'm walking. I'm just gonna walk from the airport. I'm gonna just walk from the airport. Hey, when we go to the Black Manosphere Conclave September, I'm telling you now, I'm walking from the airport.
Bro. Shit. Bro, ain't no way, bro. Bro, ain't no way, bro.
You should be upset that every year there's over 600 mass shootings in the United States on average. You should be upset.
Countries with the most school shooting incidents since 2015, and the number 2 spot will shock you. Starting at number 10, it's Nigeria with 4 incidents in the last 10 years. Moving on to the 9th place, it's Pakistan with 5
Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is a good one. Name a country on this list of 10 countries that have had the most mass deletions, mass shootings in the last 10 years that you would be surprised that that's on this list. Don't tell me, you ain't got to tell me the amount. Tell me the country that you think is on this list that may surprise some people. Because we already know who number 1 is. Who's had the most man? Think about it. Pakistan has had mass deletions only 5 times in the last 10 years. So every time you hear a country, that country has had mass deletions over the last 10 years. Yeah, them gas prices. Y'all still talking about them gas prices.
incidents. At the 8th position, it's India with 6 school shooting incidents. Moving on to the 7th position, it's Canada with 9 school incidents. At number 6, it's Mexico with 11 incidents. Continuing with our list at the 5th place, it's South Africa with 12 incidents within 10 years. Moving upwards to 4th place, it's Russia with 18 incidents. China secures the 3rd place with 21 school shooting incidents. Brazil takes 2nd place with 26 incidents. Due to President Bolsonaro's firearm policies, gun licenses increased by 473% over 4 years. And at number 1, no surprise, the land of freedom and democracy, United States tops the list with 1,195 schools.
That's a damn shame. Y'all better not talk about nobody taking their kids out of those schools. You better not say nothing, America. You better not say nothing about people taking their kids out of them schools. You notice Colombia wasn't on the list for no kids. Venezuela wasn't on the list for those kids shooting up mass deletions. They got artillery in these countries. They have guns in these countries. But in 10 years, you won't see Colombia on that list. 1,195. That doesn't include 2026.
School shooting incidents since 2015. That's an average of 119 per year, more than the rest of the world combined.
I was surprised about China too. If I was still stuck there too, I would be upset just like you. But here's the kicker. I'm not.
If you weren't already aware, there are a lot of African Americans who are actively leaving the United States and going to a number of different countries. And this comment says like, wow, you know, for the first time in history, African Americans will be dispersed around the world instead of like concentrated on this land. And I had a crazy thought, and I just need y'all to like walk with me real quick. What if we aren't supposed to be here? Have we thought about that? What if we aren't supposed to be here? What if we are supposed to leave this country on our own terms? We weren't brought here on our own terms. So what if we were supposed to leave on our own terms?
All right. So first we're going to hear from what the Plantation Bros and the Plantation Sisters have to say about whether we should leave or whether we should stay in the States.
Quit America. I'm not leaving. Going back to Africa. Tell your ass, I'm staying here. I ain't no Chick-fil-A's over there. One thing I.
Okay, before he goes any further, shout out to Charleston. I'm tired of hearing black people in the United States say this. Whenever we're talking about leaving and visiting or relocating to another country, they always pulling Africa out their butt. As if there's not a whole 198 to 200 countries on the planet. Africa makes up 54 countries, and that's nothing wrong with going to Africa, but it's like that's the only country that black people pull out their butt when it's time to go visit or relocate to another country. I ain't going back to ain't nobody told you to go to Africa. Nobody said go to Africa. If you really want the black experience and not go to Africa, South America is blackety black. You ain't got to go to Africa to enjoy South America. Just like you ain't even got to go to Japan to enjoy the Japanese, because you can get that in Spain, as well as the Korean, as well as the Vietnamese in Brazil. I think I said Spain, but in Brazil. But black people are so naive. And you know what gets me? You sit back and you see these guys all over social media. They're making all type of money, blah, 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 blah. But they are just as stupid and as ignorant when it comes to travel as anybody else. Just as dumb, just as naive, don't know anything about travel. That's one I've been hearing my whole life. Whenever a black person gets a passport, The first thing they always put up in their face is, you ain't nobody going back to Africa. Ain't nobody said nothing about no dang Africa. Like, if you don't go to, it's like in Detroit with my family. My family go from Detroit to Alabama, Tennessee, and back to Detroit. And that's all they're going to do. And they've been doing that for 60 years. If my family leaves Detroit, other than my immediate family who moved to Cleveland, where my sisters and brothers are, other than them, if my family going to travel somewhere, they're going to travel down to Alabama, hang out with the family there, go to Tennessee, hang out with the family there, and go back to Detroit. And they've been doing that same pilgrimage. It's got to be 1963, 64. That's how long they've been doing it. Just my family. And if you ask them about traveling outside the United States, first thing that come to my family, because they don't know any better, is Africa. Ain't nobody going to Africa. Ain't nobody, wait a minute, pause. Nobody ever said anything about the continent of Africa. That's how naive Black people are in the United States about travel. No matter how famous or well known by social media, and no matter how much money we have, when it comes to travel, Black people don't know a damn thing. Let me bring that back. I ain't going to no Africa. Ain't nobody asked you to go to Africa.
The land of freedom and democracy, United States tops the list with 1,195 school shooting incidents since 2015. That's an average of 119 per year, more than the rest of the world combined.
If I was still stuck there too, I would be upset just like you. But here's the kicker. I'm not.
If you weren't already aware, there are a lot of African Americans who are actively leaving the United States and going to a number of different countries. And this comment says, like, wow, you know, for the first time in history, African Americans will be dispersed around the world instead of like concentrated on this land. And I had a crazy thought, and I just need y'all to like walk with me real quick. What if we aren't supposed to be here? Have we thought about that? What if we aren't supposed to be here? What if we are supposed to leave this country on our own terms? We weren't brought here on our own terms. So what if we were supposed to leave on our own terms?
All right. Once again, let's hear what the plantation folks got to say.
With America, I'm not leaving. Going back to Africa, tell your ass, I'm staying here. Ain't no Chick-fil-A's over there. One thing I know, as bad as you don't, as much as you holler you don't like America, take your ass somewhere else and say something about the president.
Oh, it's over.
No, as a Black man that understands somewhat of what the world tries to teach us about the world, if I leave this country, I have no guaranteed rights nowhere else.
Shout out to the people.
Okay, before he says that, I give my 2 cents on President Petro here in Colombia all the time. My wife does. Her family does. Oh, by the way, guys. Oh, this is good information I'm about to share with you. We talk about the political campaigns because the election is on March 31st. Nobody gets locked up, just like in the States. We don't have any Gestapo coming at our door, trampling at our door because we talked about the president, because he doesn't wear suits, because he slouches when he talks, because he looks like he's going fishing all the time. Nobody talks about nobody's coming to hunt us down, just like the United States, because we talk about the president. Now, monarchies in certain socialist countries, yeah, but not every country. That's what gets me. Charleston White was talking as if he knew what the hell he was talking about, didn't he? It sounds good. If I was stuck in America, I would have believed it too, because that's all I've been programmed to believe. Only in America do we have the freedoms to say what we want to say as a Black person. I would have believed that bull too if I was stuck in America. But since I'm not stuck in America, I kind of have a little bit of insight on how we still have freedom of speech in many countries. Now, what I want to share with you guys real quick is this. This is very important, especially you guys that's coming to Colombia at the end of the month, which is in a couple of weeks. Actually, this up and coming weekend. This weekend, the 31st, is the dry weekend. What do you mean, Andre? Most clubs and all the liquor stores and the gas stations will be closed. I mean, not the gas stations, but the liquor stores and the liquor area in the grocery stores are going to be closed. Some cities have it for the whole weekend, closed. Some cities just have it until after the election, closed. But at least that Friday and Saturday, yeah. Colombia, I'm telling you, this weekend is not the weekend to be in Colombia. Unless you already have your pre-liquor and all that stuff, which a lot of y'all always do. How do I know? That's how y'all get drugged. Y'all always got the liquor in y'all Airbnb already. So when the girls are in there, they just got to drug your liquor. So I already know you got liquor in your Airbnb. But I'm just letting you know, this weekend is not the party weekend in Colombia. Anytime there's an election in which me and T-Mac and hopefully will be in 4 years, we'll be voting in the next election, presidential election. Anytime there's an election, that's when they shut the liquor down. I mean, shut everything down as far as drinking. So you're gonna be going to the grocery store trying to get you some beers. It ain't gonna happen. They put the yellow tape around. They put the yellow tape around all of it. It's election weekend. This weekend that's coming up. Not of course not today, but the up and coming weekend is election weekend. So be prepared for that, guys. If you got plans to come down here to Colombia. T-Mac says Japan paid some Brazilians to leave and return back to Brazil, but did not allow them back. Oh, but they didn't allow them back. Wow. Crumble said, my auntie said, I don't know nothing about Africa and them Africans. I'm American, and this is my homeland. Period. You can get the fuck out of here. I love it. If y'all think I'm trying to convince Black America, you guys already know, you've heard me enough. What's my calling? I am called to convince most Americans to keep your tail in America. A lot of you guys sit back and say, wait a minute, you left America. Hey, just because I smoke cigarettes, that don't mean you need to be smoking these cigarettes. Hey, these cigarettes bad for you. You don't need to be smoking these cigarettes. Just because I do something, that don't mean you need to be doing it. Right? Just because you see me do something, I'm going to tell you something now. I'm telling you to stay for my benefit. I don't care nothing. I'm being honest. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I'm serious. I could care less about what most of Black America does, whether you stay or you go. I don't care. If it were up to me, 98.99% of y'all will stay, get your butt up tomorrow morning, go to work, keep the US dollar strong, keep my passport strong, keep the US economy strong, and let me get all these tax benefits. I don't need you out here. You can stay right where you are. This channel is dedicated for those of you who have already at the point of I'm on a fence of whether I want to visit or relocate to another country, or I'm on the I'm on the fence on whether I want to move to another country full time. That's what this channel is dedicated to. I am not here to preach the gospel of everybody should leave the United States. Oh, hell no. I do not want Pookie, Ray, all them bad kids that's running around United States, that's breaking into stores in masses, that's running up and down the street, jumping on top of people's cars. You think I want all them fat women in the United States to stop going on Carnival cruises and come to Cartagena? You think I want Carnival cruise Black women in Cartagena? No. You think we want all them big half-dressed cowgirls that got kicked out of the rodeo in Houston to come to Medellin. They done got kicked out of the rodeo, and you think we want them to have passports? Hell no. So when I say I want most black, hear me out, black people. I want most of y'all to keep y'all tails home. Don't come out here. There's good black folk out here. We don't need y'all out here. We don't need Pookie, Ray Ray, Mama, Paw. We don't need none of y'all fighting. Y'all fight in the airport before a flight in the United States. Can you imagine how y'all gonna be fighting in the airport if it's international? Do you really think we want your international aunties out here fighting in the airports in Thailand, in Tibet, in Qatar? They just in the airport, just tearing up Qatar airport. You think we want them women out here with us? You think we want them bad teenagers that you got? Nah. I want 99% of black folks to keep you right there. I ain't one of them. I ain't one. You got enough YouTube channels out there. Come on out here, black people. Love, black love. Not me. Stay home. That goes for white people. Hey, white people, I'm talking to you too. I want most of y'all to stay there too. Hey, I don't want Bubba out here. Craig. I don't need a Chad out here. But Bubba, you go and stay in the Appalachian Mountains where you are. You, your banjo, and your sister who you married. You can stay right up there. We do not need you coming down from the Appalachian Mountains with moonshine, talk about you coming to Colombia. We don't need them white boys out here. All you California Latin dudes that like to gang bang in Chicago, gang bang in California, gang bang and live the stereotype of what people think of Latin people in a negative light. All you negative Latin people, stay right where you are. Keep the banging going, baby. Do you think we want to give gang bangers passports? Juan, Jesus, Maria, Magali, you can keep your ass right there in the States. Don't bring your ass out here talking about gang banging. Talking about you gonna expand the Crips. Talking about you gonna expand the Latin gangs to Brazil. They got their own. They got their own gangs. They don't need no American gangs. Keep y'all asses right where y'all at. We don't want none of y'all down here. If you are a troublemaker in your own country, you're gonna be a troublemaker in another country. No, we don't want y'all out here. So if y'all watching Love Crossing Borders, don't y'all ever tell nobody. Andre's trying to promote everybody leave America. Oh, hell no. I want all y'all to keep y'all ass right there. Stay right where you are. Stay right where you are. He said the Chinese are the worst travelers by far. Yes, keep them in the States too. All the Chinese people, yeah, hey, we need somebody in the laundromats. Get your ass back to work. We need y'all right in them laundromats. Get your shrimp fried rice, please. Shrimp fried rice. Who if y'all don't no. If you one of them negative Asian people, now if you positive, you good people, come on out here with us. But if you one of them Asian people that walk in every stereotype there is about Asian travelers, yeah, you might as well stay in the States. You got 50 states. Go visit them 50 before you come out here. He say they do some of the craziest things when they are traveling internationally. Not all, but a large number. I met some good ones and I met some crazy ones. So I know exactly what you're talking about, T-Mac. That is why the government developed social credit. Social credit. He said currently there are 23,000 Americans living all over Colombia. He said enough for a small town. I like the first part. All over Colombia. Keep them spread out, Will. Keep them spread out. Don't get these Americans no idea about trying to build an American small town in any country. Ameritown. Where you live, man? I live in Ameritown in Colombia. Ameritown? No. Let's not get these dudes no idea, because you know they'll tear it up. Well, if we created an Ameritown, you know Pookie and Ray Ray will come down with his cousins and tear it up. That's serious. He said Indians, Chinese, Israelis. He said way worse than any tourists. Hey, believe you me, I've been hearing the stories from over in Thailand and the Philippines about them. You were not lying. Shout out to Raymond in the building. Raymond says this. He said American or black should stop giving these fake racist Pookies a dime loss of their time, lost their damn minds. Absolutely correct. We'll say facts. Yeah, well, I like the first part. All over Colombia. Yes, keep us spread apart. Keep us spread apart. Let's go back to the video.
People that be leaving America and moving to other countries.
That understand somewhat of what the world tries to teach us about the world. If I leave this country, I have no guaranteed rights nowhere else.
Shout out to the people that be leaving America and moving to other countries. I can't do it personally, but shout out to y'all. I can't do it because I can't leave my family here. I can't imagine leaving America and living in a whole nother country, like where it would take days or however long it takes to fly back.
When I first heard this from this brother, when I was putting this video together, you could tell that black people don't go nowhere. It takes days to fly back. If I was flying back from Thailand to Florida, for the most part, it ain't gonna take days. But black folks believe that Colombia is days away. Brazil is days away. Panama is days away. Even Argentina, that's days away. That's how naive black people are. I told you about the 4 F's. What's the 4 F's that black people or any people in America don't leave? Because they blame family. They put the pressure on family. When family already told you, go live your life. We lived our life, go live your life. You will still blame family why you didn't leave. Friends, which is your comfort zone. You'll blame your friends or your comfort zone or your routines, in other words, for why you didn't leave. Finances. You will blame your job instead of saying, you know what? I'll be leaving this job in about 10 years, 15 years. Then I'm going to relocate to another country. In the meantime, I'm going to go visit some countries. You will blame your job for why you didn't visit countries. They say we left. And I'm going to look this up to make sure I'm correct. 90 million hours of vacation time on the table every year. Let me make sure. I don't want to misquote. Let me make sure. Let me ask my side chick, ChatGPT. As a collective, how many vacation hours on average, and give me a guesstimate, has America or Americans left on the table every year from their jobs? How many hours of vacation time go unused? Let's see.
On average, American workers leave about 4.9 vacation days unused each year. A 2024 report found that 62% of employees don't use all of their paid time off, even though the average worker earns about 10 to 11 days of vacation after a year. So
Give me that amount as a collective of Americans. How many millions or billions of hours do we leave on the table per year as a collective?
Each year, American workers leave a staggering amount of vacation time on the table. In 2024, the average worker left about 6 days of paid time off unused. Collectively, this adds up to roughly 658 million unused vacation days across the country, amounting to a huge economic and personal cost.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you needed more stats or wanted to get anything else, just let me know.
600, I was way off. 658 million hours in 2024 of unpaid vacation time that we did. I mean, of paid, I'm sorry, paid vacation time that we didn't use. 658 million that we didn't use. Don't tell me you got to wait till the kids get older to go at least go visit Panama. It's only a 4-hour flight, actually a 3-hour flight from Texas. Don't tell me that you can't do a trip real quick to Mexico. When we're sitting back leaving almost 660 million hours of paid vacation time on the table. So like I said, first one, why Americans don't leave is because they put the blame on your family who never asked you to put the blame on them. Your family didn't ask you to stay, you decided. Your mama been told you, go live your life, baby. I'm old, I've lived my life. Now you need to go live your life. She told you that several times over. But then anytime somebody asks you to go travel to another country, I don't want to leave because my mama. Your mama been told you to go live your life. So stop putting that on your mom and your daddy. Baby, I'm older, I've lived my life, I'm gonna be all right. Go live your life. You only got one life to live, baby. If I was young like you, I'd be gone and visit other countries too. But I ain't young like you. Your mama been told you to go live your life. Stop putting that on your mom and your daddy. Unless they are truly dependent on you. And I mean, I'm talking about on the physical side, because on the economical side, you can always make sure she got the money. But don't blame mom because you were not using vacation days. And don't put that on dad because you're not using your vacation days. 2, F, friends. Friends is your comfort zone. Stop putting it on your comfort zone, your routines, your habits, your friends. Why you haven't traveled to another country that's only 3 hours, 6 hours. Colombia, for most of us, is between 6 to 4 to 6 hours away. You're in Colombia, depending on if you're in Florida or depending on what part of the country. I would even push it to maybe 8. You ain't got no excuse for not having to visit Colombia yet. No excuse. But in y'all mind as Americans, everything, like the brother just said, everything is days away. Brazil is days away. Peru is days away. Not a day. He said days away. I don't want to be away from my mom. Number 3, finances. Nobody said you had to quit your job, but at least use your vacation time to go visit countries. Use your vacation time to at least go visit at least 1 or 2 countries. Some of y'all ain't even been in Canada yet. But the most important one, number 4. Number 4 reason why most Americans don't go nowhere is not family, it's not friends, it's not even finances. It's fear. You don't go anywhere because you too dang scary compared to other countries. Africans ain't never been scared to go nowhere. Make sure they got some money and a passport. Watch how fast they get on the plane. Europeans, they'll take a train anywhere. Trains and planes are very inexpensive in Europe. Asian people of Asian descent, They ain't got no problem with visiting another part of their continent and countries. Black people, you ain't even gonna go to Canada or Mexico. You ain't gonna even go visit Cancun or Toronto or the largest festival in the world. And it ain't in Brazil. And it ain't in Belize. And it's not Barcelona, Spain. Well, Andre, where's the largest festival in the world? The Montreal Jazz Festival is the world's largest celebration. You ain't gonna even go to Montreal. Right up over you, Canada. But y'all sit back and y'all complain, but you'll give away 658 million paid work vacation hours in 2024. And I bet you it was even more in 2025. Scared to leave that plantation, ain't you? You scared to leave Mr. Gilmore's property. You scared to leave off Mr. Shuttlesworth land.
Like, I need to be able to get to my mom in like a matter of hours. I can't imagine being far away from my family. That's just wild to me. Like, I know obviously America has its issues, you know, obviously what we know about the FDA and all the toxins and poison that's in all the food and all of that. And I know that food in other countries and healthcare is supposed to be so much better. But at the end of the day, land of the free, I'd rather be here. I'd rather be here. I mean, I made it this far. I made it this far. But
listen to somebody lie to themselves. Professor said, I can't. I'm with you, brother. I made this far. I might as well go ahead and ride it out. This is the funny part. Y'all ready? While all these Black Americans are crying about, I'm not leaving because of family, you do realize if your family had the money, they would leave your ass. Oh, they would leave you behind, bruh. If your mama had the money and a passport and she was young enough, she'd have left you right there to go visit Italy and France for the first time in her life. A lot of times our parents didn't go any place because they didn't have the money. They were too busy raising us. But for many of us that are in the position to travel, your parents are telling you, live the dream that we wish we could have. But what do y'all do? No, I don't think I want to do it. And I'm going to tell y'all something. I love Americans that are like this dude right here. Like Charleston White, dudes like here, the Anton Daniels, the dudes that ain't going to leave. I love it. I love it. I love it. Because as long as y'all go nowhere, they go play with the passports. As long as y'all don't go nowhere, they go act all funny with the U.S. currency. As long as y'all don't go anywhere, then they're not going to change the tax laws and the tax breaks. As long as y'all stay stuck in the States, everything going to be smooth sailing for us. Will say, I'm not going to listen to this man who's laying on the floor talking classless. What is he saying? Sounds uneducational. The way that he is presenting information is lazy. I understand. He said, I love living in America. Love traveling and visiting other countries as well. And there's nothing wrong with that. And that's all I ask most Americans to do. If I'm going to ask them to do something, just go see other countries before you die. Go see a country or two. But don't assume about other countries. But as far as living, I want all y'all ass to live there. If y'all think I'm bring up, I am the one that will not debate Americans about living in America. Hell no, I'll be on the other side. I have my podium right here. Andre is con when it comes to Americans living in America, and the Americans over there are pro. I will leave my podium and walk right over there with the pro dudes. I am pro all y'all ass living in America. Stay there. Nobody want y'all out here. I mean that. We do not want y'all out here with us. We ain't never begged y'all to come out here. We only talk to people that are already interested. I'm not talking to you, brother. Just in case you think I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking in general. In general. I'm telling y'all, man, we ain't gonna never beg y'all to come out here. We'll tell y'all that it's opportunities. Yes. We'll show you the opportunities as much as we can. Yes. But pleading and begging and telling y'all that y'all dumb for being in America, you will never hear me tell you that being in America is dumb. Hell no. Don't come out here. Keep your ass right there on that farm. Stay your ass right on that plantation. Don't you move. Cuss about the country, fuss about the country, but don't you dare leave. Stay right there. Americans that have left the plantation, we don't even make up that. There's only 12 million of us that live outside the United States right now. We don't even make up a percentage. The other 99 to the 99 into the 2000s of y'all that's still stuck in the States, we don't want y'all here. We barely tolerate your kids known as Pookies and Ray Rays out here. You think we want Pookie and Ray Ray uncle and daddy out here with us? Hell no. Stay right there. Eat that horrible ass food. Keep on paying those high gas prices. If your kids make it through the school year, oh well. If your kid gets shot, our prayers will go out to you. We don't know what school's going to be, which college is going to be from year to year, but we already know 600 school shootings will take place in the United States. So it's a crap game throwing your kids in them public schools. But we will keep you in prayer. When it comes to taxations, bad politicians, hey, stay right there. You voted for them. You voted them in, you can vote them out. We are not out here in these other countries feeling sorry for y'all. I kid y'all not. When these lights and cameras go off, I can't tell you a damn thing about the United States. Nothing. You know why? Because I don't want you out here with me, and I ain't trying to be in your business. Let's do it like that. I ain't in yours. You don't be in mine. The only reason I know half of what I know, and I mean this, half of what I know about the United States, you ready? Because I do social media. The day I stop doing social media, I really ain't gonna know shit about the United States. Y'all think I'm non-caring now? Yeah, remember I told you guys how I was on 9/11. I mean, not 9/11, but January 6th, one of the brothers called me. For you guys that never heard the story, me and Andre, it was during the pandemic, and me and Andre wanted to get out the house, so we rented a hotel room, right? And so we in a hotel room, I'm sitting on the balcony, and I just poured myself a nice cold beer, right? In Grenada area, T-Mac. And kid you not, brother called me, he said, Dre, look, check out the news, man. White folks that went crazy in the Capitol. So I look, I'm seeing white people just tearing up everything. You know what I did? Turned my cell phone off, turned it upside down, and finished my beer. White people tearing up any part of the Senate, the House, ain't have a dang thing to do with me. Nothing. 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 If I wasn't on social media, the only thing I would know about America is that the Michael Jackson movie came out. What? The Michael Jackson movie came out. When did that happen? And that doesn't mean I'm hating on my country or I don't love my country. No, I'm not in my country. So I don't care what y'all do. What can I, okay, let's be honest. What can I do from here to help America? Other than my voting right, other than my voting right, and other maybe to send some money home for a good cause. What can I do from here? Other than go home and visit family and friends. What can I do? Nothing. So why should I worry? Why should I worry about a country that ain't worried about me? When I left America, ain't none of y'all worried about me. I like what one brother said. He said, I stopped worrying about America. He said, because I was gone for 5 months and my family didn't even know I was gone. He said, that's when I knew to stop worrying about what's going on in America, because America is not worried about me. And the brother was right. You are gone for 5 months living outside the United States and your family act like they don't know nothing. Kobe says this, shout out to official one in the building. He said, hey, Drake, can you send me this complete? Yes. And any of you guys, I thought about this earlier. Any of you guys that are interested in getting this montage of videos, make sure that you send me an email. I got Kobe's information, so I could just send it to him anyway. But send me an email if you want this montage to share with your families. This video clips, you know, like the 30, 40-minute video clip that I put together of all the videos, not this part of me talking right here. You can share that whole montage with your families. But I kid you not, bro. I don't care what's happening in the States, man. I don't be sitting around like, oh, man. Dude, y'all probably, I kid you not, y'all probably could have had 3 earthquakes, 2 tornadoes, a couple of hurricanes, and a partridge in a pear tree. And I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I'm telling y'all, dog. I don't know. Dude, people be up for the Grammys. I don't even know half these people. I could easily say 95% of the people that y'all listen to on the radio, I couldn't tell you who the hell they is. All these young rappers that be getting killed, I don't know none of them. None of them. Man, who's the young man that got killed a couple years ago? Nipsey Hussle. Dude, I had never heard that dude until after he died. I was like, who's this Nipsey Hussle character that they speak of? This young man was just deleted. Let me find out about this Nipsey Hussle gentleman they're speaking of. Other than that, I had never heard that name a day in my life. When Beyonce came out with the cowgirl habit, dude, I ain't seen a Beyonce video in 100 years, bruh. I'm still on all the single ladies Beyonce videos. You think I'm lying too? When you living in another country, you ain't got no time to be sitting around watching no damn American videos, seeing what's going on in America. If you gonna do all that, you might as well go on back to America. There is too much to learn, too much to experience. Your daily routines that you bring with you. You're trying to enjoy your routines. Days go by super fast because you're enjoying them so much in other countries. You do not have no time to give a damn about what's going on with the pop the balloon in the United States. I'm sorry. United States, hear me out. When your citizens leave, you're not big of a deal as you think you are to us. We love the United States. I love the United States. I love my country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty. Let freedom ring. But that doesn't mean that I am thinking about your gas prices all day long. Which one of your kids got shot all day long? How unhealthy your food is all day long? What type of new cancer y'all gonna end up with this year? Oh, I don't think about that shit all day long. And most of us who travel, we don't think about y'all. Y'all not that serious when these cameras go off. And it just hurts most Americans' heart to hear an American talk like this, like, you a tether, you don't love America, you don't love Black America. I do love Black America. I love white America. I love all of America. I love America and Americans. But you are on my mind living rent-free 24 hours anymore. I'm not sitting around all day like in the United States. Race, 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 race. I don't do that. Don't nobody do that. I didn't leave America to be thinking about race all day like we was doing in the States. Nobody's doing that. Man, I've had white Colombians tell me to my face, I am not racist. My grandmama and my granddaddy black. And I'd be like, oh, my bad. You know where I picked that racist stuff up? Being raised in America. So I always send it now, does Colombia and a lot of countries have race issues that they're still working on? Yes. But is it as bad and as all day, every day? No. It's not like that every day. That's America, man. I got tired of that trash. So yes, I do love my country. But some of the cultural things that we do, I don't miss that ish. I really don't. And for those that expect me to miss it, you can miss me with it. For real. He said one of the most respected brothers out of LA. Yeah, I didn't know who he was. Bruh, I kid y'all not. Until social media was really pushing like Nipsey Hussle that, then I'm thinking like, who is Nipsey Hussle? And I'm gonna tell you something. Y'all ready? I have never heard one of that young man's songs to this day. I knew about him from the stories of his death and the things that he tried to do as a businessman. I've watched a lot of his interviews. I have never heard a Nipsey Hussle song a day in my life, ever. Why? Don't care to hear it. What for? I'm not in America. And it's not going to benefit me to sit back and say, oh, okay, okay, I get it. Okay, let's say I got it. I understood why y'all really like Nipsey. After watching his interviews, I liked him as the man who he was becoming, who he was. The interviews gave me more insight into the man than just a song would have. So I focused on hearing what he had to say as a man and as a businessman and as a man that was part of, being a positive example compared to just putting on a bunch of his songs. And now I heard his songs. That wasn't going to tell me nothing about him. So I just sat back and I listened to his interviews, and it gave me insight to understand. Okay, now I understand this young man. But I've never heard one of his songs ever. Ever. Y'all got like 90 dead rappers, and I have never heard any of those songs. Why? Didn't want to. Man, I listen to classic hip hop when I'm in the gym. Classic. Give me some 90s, early 2000s. Give me some early 80s. Give me true hip hop. But to sit back and, I don't know, dude, y'all be looking for me to be lying to y'all, man. No. Never heard one of his songs, bro. Any of them. Never. And T-Mac, I wouldn't know. And I'm not saying that as anything against him, because remember, I've never heard his song, so I don't know if it's good, bad, is it Twalib Kweli educational? I don't know. I don't know. Let's go back to the video.
For whatever weird reason, if I ever ended up being the only person left alive in my family, maybe I could consider that. But right now, that's a no-go. It's dead. It's super dead on that. But yeah, Atlanta would just
for traveling abroad, I think they said it's like in the 20s, or maybe 30 some percent
I think lower than that.
America's a leading country. I mean, to travel around the world, it's always the same people all the time.
Bro, I think 80% of the people in any particular state have never even been outside their state.
You might be right.
I've known people,
which is sickening, but
I've known 40-year-old people who've never been out of St. Louis.
Yep. Unfortunately,
that's crazy.
I met a couple of them myself.
That is crazy. As big as the world is, you've never been outside of St. Louis.
That's crazy.
I got family like that. We all got family like that. We all got family like that have never even been out their own city. I got family that, this is the crazy part. I got successful family members that have never left Detroit, never left Chicago, never left Cleveland. I mean, never. Very successful, married, careers, got money, have never been outside the United States. And my bad, never been outside of Michigan or Ohio, ever. Kofa says same, yeah. Dude, when I first started traveling, like many of you guys, I was looked upon like I was a space alien. Dude, you would have thought, true story, you would have thought that every time I traveled outside the United States, I was leaving on a space shuttle. That's how my coworkers and my friends looked at me crazy as I was traveling to these countries. I might as well have been getting on a space shuttle and orbiting the Earth for a few days and came back. That's how crazy they were looking at me. And some of you guys know that same feeling every time you travel and you go back and people say certain things and they don't know what they're talking about. And you like they be like, yeah, you down there in Colombia. And you be like, bro, that was 19 in the 90s, bro. What are you talking about? You're like, dude, okay. Sometimes I kid you not, with family, when I go back, I just get quiet. I be like, okay. Because I'm not about to argue with these people that've never been anywhere, right? Even friends. I got partners, they love introducing me as their friend that lives in Colombia. This is my dog Dre, he live in Colombia, right? They love that part. And dudes will say something and I'll be like, no, that's not true. And I'll just sit back and I'll be quiet. I don't argue with people because I know most people in most cities ain't never been nowhere, so they don't know what they're talking about if I do start an argument. So why would I start an argument or debate or discussion with people that has never even been out of their own city, that have never been out of their own city? T-Mac says this. He said in 2003, he said, my company sent my black butt to North Manchira, just south of the Siberian border. Okay, let's hear this one out. He said, I had to go to remote form of Chinese air base to fix an airplane. Wow, and that was in 2003. My brother say there is no way. Kobe says plantation bros are docile. That's a good point. Are docile. As a part of masculinity is adventure. That's true. And taking courage to go out of your comfort zone. I expect the women to be afraid, but the men to never explore the world is a tragedy. And the crazy part is more women are traveling in the black community than men do. Shout out to Gabriel in the building. He said one of the homeboys I knew in college. One of the homeboys I knew in college used to roll around with me. He say Nipsey did have a lot of chaotic elements around him. Elements around him though. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I never heard the songs. And Mr. Milner says this. Shout out to Ahmad. He says this one. He said, I travel next year in 2027 to get away from the plantation bros and trying to move to another country. So if black people want to stay on the plantation, stay on it, like I say. But don't complain. You trying to tell black people not to complain? Man, black people do two things very well. Cook barbecue and complain. And we gonna complain while we're making the barbecue. We gonna complain. Black people gonna complain. And then we'll complain about you for leaving instead of staying to complain. Black people will get mad at you because you got a passport and decided to start visiting other countries instead of staying with them and complaining. That's the craziest thing, dude. I never understood that.
But that goes on in every city. So they don't know nothing else. They hear what they hear in the local bar, what the local scuttlebutt is, and they go with it.
If you don't like America, then just, fucking leave. But to the rest of us, we know that there's something sacred about this place. It ain't perfect. It's never been perfect. But it's powerful. It's rare, and it's free. The United States of America, the nation forged in the fire of the American Revolution, wasn't built on comfort. It was built on courage, on rebellion against tyranny, on the radical, dangerous idea that rights do not come from the government, they come from God. And that idea changed the world. Through civil war, we tore ourselves apart to end slavery and preserve the Union. Through 2 world wars, we crossed oceans not to conquer, but to defend liberty. At D-Day, young men stormed beaches knowing most would not return, but not for the applause, not for hashtags, but for freedom. And today, today we scroll past that sacrifice like it's background noise. And here's the truth. America gives you the right to protest it, to criticize it, to vote against its leaders, to say things about it that would land you in prison in half of the world.
Not true. Not true at all. I love I love my people. I swear, I love Americans. We always sell this heroic narrative about ourselves. It was us that put on the capes. We sell capes by the millions. I know you boys over there in China don't know nothing about being heroes, but hey, we over here, well, we breed them. Our heroes are heroes among heroes, and there weren't any other heroes on the planet but American heroes. And if it wasn't for the American heroes and their capes, well, we don't know what this world will be. So as long as Americans are putting on capes and taking care of the world will always be a better place with America. It doesn't matter that there were countries around here centuries before America. Doesn't matter that countries will be around centuries long after America's gone. But as for now, they all need America. We always talk about our country in a heroic way. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm going to say this again. You should, talk about your country in a good way. Mexicans should talk good about Mexico. French should talk good about France. Colombians, they love their country too. But Americans be having me rolling how we talk. Like it ain't, like it's just, we ain't got no mistakes. Like half the wars we be in, we ain't got no business being over there in those wars anyway. Like half the time when we go to war, we know it's for corporations that are making billions off of us through military contracts. But we got to ignore all that. Forget about the corporations that are making millions off of selling artillery to other countries and sending our troops to other countries because of all these other countries, such as Halliburton, getting government contracts. Forget about that. It's all about American way. We always sell that narrative. Civil War almost tore this land apart. And we always talk like we were there. Civil War, I was there. That Civil War almost tore our land apart. And I'll be looking at y'all like, come on, man. Come on. No country is perfect. I'm going to tell y'all some of how I feel about our country. There's none that's perfect. So for the most part, I try to enjoy most of them that I can. I put my home country over no other country. You should have a country. No, we've been programmed to think we should have a country over another country. I don't put no country over any. Some countries are good in some things. Some countries are good in other things. That's why I look at it. I'm an earthling. Hey, sexy boo. What you say, woman? What? I can't hear you. Ordered me some beers. Aha. Hey, sexy boo. How's everybody doing?
Okay. Hello to everybody. You don't have any interview here?
No, there we go.
Okay, now they can see me.
Now they can see you, Mrs.
Yes.
Spence.
Yes, sir. So hello to everyone. I hope everybody's having a good time with Andre. And one thing, you guys, that we were discussing this week, next weekend, May 31st, we're going to have election day. So don't expect any party, any clubs open around the country on Saturday, because we're going to have ley seca, means like you can't buy any liquor in the supermarket store, nothing. Bars, nothing. They're not going to be open because we have election day on Sunday, May 31st. 31st, right? 31. Yeah. And another thing, hello to everybody. And another thing, you guys, because this election is going to be tight. Is that right? Tight?
Oh, yeah. It's a good
It
point.
is, so I recommend to you guys that stay in your Airbnb or your hotel after the 12, because you never know the results, how people is going to react. So even us, we're going to church in the morning, are going to vote and back to the house, because we don't know how people is going to react, because it's election weekend. So just that you guys know that, okay? Yeah.
All right, sexy boo.
All right, boo. You need something else?
Beer.
Oh, wait. Okay. I'm gonna have.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Shout out to Mrs. Spence. Oh, she did make a good point. I forgot about this one. That next weekend is not the weekend to be hanging out in public too much. Here in Colombia, election weekends are touchy. Election weekends are touchy. It is. You don't know how people are going to react. I remember last year reactions, a lot of riots in Cali and Bogota. So, and then remember, President Petro is Colombia's first Democratic president. So they might go back Republican again. So, thank you, babe.
That's my candidate.
Republican?
Yes.
All right, Mrs. Spence. Thank you. But yeah. So, yeah, you see the T-Mac, you see the one candidate, he's got the security around him like the Pope. So that's the one that Andrea is voting for. And a lot of her family and friends are voting for. But yeah, let's get back. Yeah, just stay in the house that weekend as much as possible. That's true. That's true. That weekend, next weekend, is not the weekend to be hanging out. First of all the clubs are going to be closed for the most part. If you find one that's open, it might be a hole in the wall or something, but it ain't gonna be no major partying going on. And also, the grocery stores will not be from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. No liquor sold at the liquor stores are going to be closed, and the bars are going to be closed, and the grocery stores liquor aisles are going to be closed. So a lot of guys are going to come down here next weekend and realize that it's not going to be popping. He said, black party next weekend, Cali. He said, free tequila. No. Andrea heard you. She said no. He said, yeah, she said, not even in the hood. Not even. She said, everything's going to be closed down. Shout out to Kobe. Random question. He say, what is the runoff date if needed in the election? What is the runoff date? Andrew, let me know what you mean by the runoff date. Shout out to Johnny being in the building. The $5 love. Appreciate you being here, brother. Let me know what you mean by the runoff date. Yep, no liquor, Chalupe. Sold on Friday. Nope, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That whole weekend, fellas. It's like that every election year. Take it from me. I've been here for a couple of them. They put in the grocery store. They just put the yellow the yellow tape. It looks like police tape. The yellow tape is surrounding everything in the liquor store. The wine area, in the liquor stores, it just closed. He said, I'll get a bottle at the airport. I don't think you get one at the airport. Oh, before the party. Yeah, before the party. Yeah. He said, even the Spence residence is closed for me. We ain't going nowhere. Yep, we going to church. That's it. That's what I was just telling them. That's what I'm telling Cali and Bogota. Always, whenever there's election, whoever loses, their group acts a fool. Always. Johnny says this. He says, Sin of the Day, bond number 9, Bleecker Street. Oh, yeah, you're doing it right. You are doing it right. Yes, sir. He said, I've been watching the videos of the political sessions throughout the Latin America and in the world. It's been very contentious time. It's a very contentious time around the world politically. Yes, sir. It really is. It really is. Let's continue on with the video.
That's not oppression. That's liberty.
So I'm scrolling and I saw this guy, this Black American guy, talking about leaving the country, fleeing the country. We don't flee. And I was on Leo's Spell, shouts out to Leo, his live last night, and I heard
they always, every time, I have never heard any black commentary say that we're fleeing the country. We've never said leaving the country is equal to fleeing the country. We never said escape America. We just said run to the chopper. Okay, that's all we said. Run to the chopper. They always try to use the excuse that we're talking about fleeing, and we are not talking about fleeing. Now, right now on the video, we're listening to what the Plantation bros and sisters have to say before the Passport bros and sisters speak up. So let me let the Plantation bro sisters finish what they say, and brothers finish saying what they have to say.
another woman, a Black American woman, saying, oh, maybe we should all collectively leave. Why the fuck would we leave a country that our ancestors, literally the soil that they're buried on? Why would we leave a country that they did so much hard work and toil to build? Why would we leave a country where mostly everything around you, they invented? Why would we leave a country that literally has our blood, sweat, and tears in it? Why would we leave a country that everybody is trying to flee to? The math don't math. They always stood up. They stood 10 toes and they fought the good fight. We are our ancestors' wildest dreams. We have more resources, believe it or not. We are smarter. We have access to more information. We have channels in which we could communicate to each other on opposite ends of the country. Why would we leave? This is our home. Everybody keeps trying to make it seem like Black Americans are immigrants. We're not immigrants. People also try to make a joke like, oh, y'all ain't got nowhere to go to. Bitch, why do I need a place to go to where this is where I'm from? Where I'm going to go to Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia. This is where I'm from. We need to stop, get that shit out of your brain.
Okay. You know who she will never make a video about? For relocating? Even though they put their blood, sweat, and tears into the United States. I've never seen a Black person make a video about a white person relocating to another country. A Latin person, Asian person, or anybody else. It's amazing how nobody fusses when our white brothers and sisters relocate. Asian brothers and sisters, Latin brothers, when they decide they want to relocate to any country, everybody's silent. But let a Black person relocate. They want to say you're fleeing, you're escaping, you're running. How come when the white man do it, it ain't called fleeing? How come when the Latin woman does it, it's not called escaping? How come when the Asian person does it, it's not called quitting? Somebody called me a quitter in ASM's comment. He's a quitter. Y'all shouldn't be listening to him. He's a quitter. Call me a quitter. But if the white brother do it, he's a traveler. He's an explorer. When the white brother do it, y'all make movies about it. Remember in the 80s and 90s, how many teenage movies came out? American Pie in Europe. All the white movies came out that said, Mom, Dad, I'm not going off to college. We're going to Europe. I'm going to discover myself. And Mom and Dad will give them the money, right? Remember how all the movies that was teenage movies that was coming out back in the 80s and 90s? White teenagers discovering themselves in Europe. And they would show the movie and be all of the adventures that they go through. Right? Ain't nobody saying nothing. But let Black men and Black women travel. Now we escaping. Now we're quitters. Now we're fleeing. Hypocrites. Yep. Tina Turner said, I'm out. I don't care what y'all talking about. I'm out. Got her dual citizenship and she said she was good. And she said she made more money and she was more famous than Madonna in Europe. She said, I was acknowledged as the queen of pop in Europe. When I was in the States, I was behind Madonna. See, a lot of people don't want around when there was no pop category. The first original ones that was on a pop category for males was Michael Jackson, Prince, and then everybody else kind of fell down in that category. The first women were Madonna, Tina Turner, and then everybody else started, then the Whitney Houstons and all of them start coming into that category. But the pop music awards and all that category it was Tina Turner, and it was Madonna. Well, in the United States, Madonna was killing it. But Tina Turner said, when I got to Europe, they was like, okay, Madonna, cool, but you are our pop queen. Michael Jackson is our pop king, and you are our pop queen. You are the queen of pop. I always want to talk about we trying to escape somewhere. Anybody trying to escape nothing? I've got options and I'm willing to take advantage of them. And you've got options and you don't. Will says this. He say people forgot MJ had to fight to get on MTV. Well, they remember now because of the movie mainstream. And then when he was featured, he took off. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. He opened up the doors for so many people, man. So many people. That is so true, Will. So true. Yeah, Jimi Hendrix but he was before, he was doing that rock era of the 60s and 70s. Well, really the 60s. Yeah, and it's kind of often like that, man. A lot of people B-side songs blow up overseas, man. You say that's how it was in Poland as simple tourists. That's a good point. Shout out to Casual Germ being in the building. Let's continue on. So let's not let these people try to put us down because we decided to relocate.
Why would you leave your country? Your ancestors did not build it up and fight for you to have rights and fight for you to have a voice so we could just leave. No, we have to pick up the torch and keep moving forward. Spread love is the Brooklyn way. I'm not leaving. I don't see any other country that I would ever want to live at.
Ain't never been nowhere else. Okay, let's hear what the passport bros and the passport sisters have to say with this debate.
Oh, we don't run. Black Americans stay and fight. As if the people who are saying shit like that fought a day in their life. Most of us speaking didn't even experience Jim Crow. Didn't even experience marching in the civil rights movement. It's so easy to talk from a privileged mindset. How the hell are y'all shaming people for leaving their country where horrible things are happening? Things that we wouldn't have been able to survive through. Y'all are shaming them, especially women. When you know shit happens in the country, women and children are the first to suffer. And
y'all know I'm about to have some fun, right? Yeah, I know I'm about to have some fun. I'm bringing that back. Andre, a lot of conservative, and I'm conservative. I'm a conservative independent. I've always voted conservatively, and I'm an independent. I know that there are some things that the Democrats say that are correct, and I know there's some things that the Republicans say that are correct. Remember, and I often say this, your ballot is not the president. I think a lot of you Americans forget your ballot is not the president. Your ballot is long. Your ballot has bills for you to vote on, policies for you to vote on. You got it on your ballot. You have people that'll be running your sanitation department is on your ballot. You got people that are going to be your congressmen, city councilmen on the ballot. You got people that's going to be your judges on your ballot. For all, as much as Americans cry, I'm a Republican, I would ask you to don't do that. I'll tell you what I mean by that. I shouldn't have said it like that. If it were me in my perfect world, everybody would vote independent. I'll tell you why. When I'm voting for a president that's independent from how I'm voting for my city council member on that same ticket. on that same ballot. When I'm voting for a congressman, that's independent. If I'm voting for a senator, that is independent from how I'm voting for my House representatives. I am not going to be talking about no Republican. You don't know who you're voting into trashy positions and some into good. I don't like that with Democrats. Democrat, doing it the lazy way. Democrat, just the judge is Democratic, so you're going to vote Democrat. No. My ballot is always does. Okay, I know about him. Okay, I know about him. Her. Oh, they want me to vote on the policy for marijuana. Okay. Okay, there's a policy for the kids' school. Okay, get them, and they're going to build another high school. Okay. I do not run through mine like no, hell no. So all that, I'm 100% Republican. I couldn't be. I'm 100% Democrat. I couldn't be. Because there's some Democratic people that I would not dare vote for when it comes to certain parts that are grassroots in my city. When it comes to that part of the ballot. We always talk as if the ballot is only like the president, vice president, a congressman, and a House of Representatives, and a senator, in other words, for Congress. And we act like those are the only positions, and your ballot is 80% that has nothing to do with the feds. 80% of your ballot don't have a dang thing to do with the feds. And you just gonna vote Republican just you won't know nothing about this judge. You ain't studied this judge at all. So I'm Republican. I'm Democrat. I'm gonna just go Democrat. You just gonna do it because it's Democrat? Okay. Like I said, I'm conservative independent. Conservative masculine black men don't give a shit what you do. Yes, they do. Liberal black men and conservative black men have one thing in common. Y'all ready? Y'all both cry when other black men leave. I've seen conservative black men all over social media crying about black people relocating to other countries. I've seen liberal black men all over social media crying. I've seen Democratic black men all over social media crying every time a black man decides that he want to relocate to another country. He's a tether. He's a quitter. So I've seen all y'all cry. I've seen black men and black women cry. You don't cry when a white man do it, but let a black man or a black woman get a passport and said, I'm done, or y'all will cry to the hills. Y'all cry on y'all knees to God. Lord, why'd they leave? Well, they was never really black. When I was putting together this, and in the comment section of our brother AMSM video, do you know how many people said, well, he must not be American? Because I decided to leave America. Well, he must not really be American. He must be, somebody say he must be Jamaican. Where'd that come from? We just tired of anti-American. Ain't nobody anti-American. If I tell an overweight woman she's overweight, am I anti-women? If I tell a lazy man he's lazy, am I anti-men? I said that America is not the only country that we developed, and y'all start crying like 3-year-old kids. And so on this episode, I came with receipts. Y'all cried, called me a tether, called me a quitter, said he trying to escape, he just fleeing the country. Conservatives and the liberals came after me. I proved that black people ruled Europe for 800 years. Y'all ignored all that. I said that that in Japan, black people ruled in Japan for centuries. Y'all ignored all that. I said that there are those of us that are tired of high gas prices. We're tired of kids being deleted in schools. We're tired of the medical system here in the United States. And y'all literally ignored all that. And y'all said he must be talking about blackness. Take his black card away. He's a tether. He must be from Jamaica. I didn't say anti-American nothing. You do got high gas prices. They ain't anti-American. That's facts. The medical system in America is trash. That's facts. It is overpriced. You paying the highest price for medical in the world, and America ranks number 36 in the world. That's fact. We just looked at America has 1,100 and almost 60 mass shootings in the last 10 years. That ain't hating. That's a fact. America teaches you only to focus on your ethnicity and your race and never your nationality as an American. That's a fact. You know more about being black than you know about being American. That's a fact. Every time we tell y'all facts, y'all always cry. Here's a number one fact. Y'all complain and y'all cry, but you ain't gonna do ish. You ain't gonna do ish. Name anything that the Black Congressional Caucus has done in the last 20 years for black people in Congress. Nothing. Name something that FBA has done for black people in the black community as a whole. Nothing. What about ADOS? Nothing. What about Hebrew Israelites? Not a damn thing. Nothing. Y'all all sit together and you complain, you whine, you cry, but you ain't going nowhere. You ain't gonna do nothing. But if a white man leave, you ain't gonna say nothing. But let a black man or a black woman leave, y'all all in our comments calling us tethers and quitters and runners. But we doing exactly what white people and Asian people and Latin people have been doing year in, year out, coming into America, taking advantage of it and leaving out with the benefits. All we're doing is taking advantage of the country that we were born and raised in, and we're leaving out with the benefits that our ancestors gave us. Our ancestors wanted us to have a better life, not their life. Our ancestors wish that they could be at a point where they could use a passport and go to any country they wanted to. Your ancestors want your life to be better than theirs, but y'all trying to live their life encased in that same plantation known as the United Plantation of America, KKK. That's what we're tired of. We're tired of y'all crying like anything we're saying. You know what? This is the funny part. Y'all ready? Y'all ain't never called us liars. I've been called a tether. I've been called a foreigner. I've been called a quitter. I've been called a fleer. But you know something? Ain't none of y'all ever said anything that I've said about America was a lie. Anything I've ever said about Black America was a lie. He lying. I read the comments and I hear y'all say everything about any of us that travel. You talk about us so bad as white people don't talk about us. Latin people don't talk about us. Asian people don't talk about us. But you brothers and sisters back in the States, y'all talk about us like we trash. But the one thing I ain't never heard y'all say about us or even our brother Kevin Samuels, you ain't never said he lied. Y'all never said what Andre said was a lie. Riddle me that one, Batman. Batman, riddle me that one. You'll call me everything in the book, but you ain't never called me a liar. All my stats and facts are true. Everything I ever said about the United States and black folks is true. Prove me wrong. I always say, prove me wrong. If I'm wrong, then prove it. FBA, y'all ain't never called me a liar. ADOS, you ain't never called me a liar. You didn't call me many a name under the moon, but you ain't never called me a liar, because you know everything I've said about our country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, is actual and factual. And you can look it up in the one place where they hide everything from black people. In a book. Anything I've ever said on this channel, you can look it up. You can look it up. You can chat GBT it just as fast as I can. So prove me wrong, but riddle me that one. How the hell y'all calling me every other name, but y'all ain't never called me a liar? I would rather y'all call me a liar. He lying. He don't know what he's talking about. He lying. That ain't true. Ain't none of y'all ever called me a liar. Ever. In the 7 years I've been on YouTube, ain't none of y'all ever said Andre said something and it was a bold-faced lie. Ever. You just hurt because somebody is telling you the truth. And since you don't want to walk in the truth, you rather stay on the plantation. That's on you. Like I said, I don't want y'all asses out here anyway. I don't know why y'all think that I'm sitting back and I want you out here with me. Hell no. Keep your ass on that plantation. Close the gate behind me. When I leave, close the gate behind me. I don't want all y'all zombies out here. I'm Will Smith. I am legend. I'll be the one regular person. Hell no. Y'all got me tore up. That's serious. That's so serious. I love when y'all got two sisters. Nobody give up. Dude, I live in a whole nother country. Most of these other people live in another country. We don't give a fuck about no FBA, ADOS, and all the rest of that bullshit. That y'all stuck on that plantation with that. You ex-slaves, y'all name how y'all want to name yourselves. Whatever you want to name yourself, ex-slaves, name yourself that. We don't give a damn. We're not living in other countries worried about what the hell y'all got going on in the United States. But when we do say something, stop crying about it and see if we're telling the truth. And then ask yourself, why are we saying that? In 7 years of content creation, I've only said one thing and one thing only to black people. You want to know what it is? You've got options. That's it. If you ever want to get in a debate with me about anything, it has to be about, do black people as well as rest of America have options? That's a yes or no question. Forget about all the thousands of videos that we've done. The main point, the main thread that goes through our channel is to let men and women know that if you're tired of Canada, if you're tired of UK, if you're tired of Mexico, Australia, New Zealand, if you are tired of the United States, you have options. That's the sole purpose of every episode we do. And that'll be the sole purpose of every episode we do from now on. So if me telling black people they got options go make y'all cry, well, you better get you some damn Kleenex. You better get some Kleenex for real, because you on the right channel, because y'all gonna be doing a lot of crying, because I am not about to start telling black people lies to make y'all feel good. That's how we got in the predicament that we in right now. We telling each other lies and not want to embrace the truth about certain situations and certain circumstances that are taking place in our community. We don't want to face the fact that we bring in over $2 trillion in economics every year, yet our money is getting lower and lower and weaker and weaker. We don't want to talk about the truth that our kids are graduating from high school but can't even read a cue card on social media for a fourth grader. We don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about some Trayvon Martin type shit, right? That's what we want to talk about. We want to talk about why is Nicki Minaj shaking hands with Trump. We want to talk about that shit, right? That's what we want to talk about as black people. You don't like when black people can't stand the truth. We hate the truth as a collective. We hate it. We know, we sit back and we will watch videos of thousands of kids running rampant, of black kids running rampant throughout the United States, jumping on top of people's cars, tearing up property, setting stuff on fire. That's not all American kids. That's not all black American kids. But it's too many American black kids that are out there running the streets, tearing up everything, running into stores and everything else. Oh, white shirt. How about a short sleeve? Yeah, any of the short sleeve shirt. Yep. Thank you, babe. We're tired of it, man. How many more years you want somebody to lie to you to make you feel good? This is the part that gets me about us as people, as black people. You ready? We think we done some shit. We think we done got a couple black billionaires and a couple individuals that are superstars globally, such as Michael Jackson. We done some shit. As long as the white man could take all of Michael Jordan shit like they did Diddy, as long as the white man could be in cahoots and take MJ's life, as long as the white man can sit back and politically change the voting locations to where now your granddaddy can't vote like he used to vote, we ain't did shit. Everything we got, the white man giveth, and the white man can take it away. So while we sitting around bragging, we still got sleeves to roll up, and we got a lot of work to do. That white man came in and told all them black generals over the last year, you're gone, you're not going to be an admiral anymore, you're not a leader anymore. All them black leaders that were in the military, black leaders, took all their ass away, didn't he? The white man giveth, and the white man can taketh away. And as long as we're in a position where the white man can take it away, we got a long way to go, players. So all that trying to act like we done came along, we ain't done a lot of work, and we don't need to roll our sleeves up no more. You might as well button your sleeves now. We ain't got work to do no more as black people. Shh. As long as the white man giveth, the white man can taketh away. Now, let us continue on. Let me hit the super chats real quick if I missed anything. My brother Will says this. He said, people forget Little Richard put on the Beatles. He put on the Rolling Stones. He put on, and he actually put on Jimi Hendrix. And he also put on, I forget who else he put on, man. This dude, Little Richard, does not get the credit that he deserves. This dude put on a lot of James Brown. Little Richard put on James Brown. Just imagine James Brown as a backup singer. That James Brown. Say when they open up for him, when they used to open up for him. That's why I was so happy when Michael Jackson gave Little Richard, before he died, the publishing rights to all his music. This dude put a lot of dudes on. And when he was saying for years, I remember all through the 70s and 80s, everybody laughed at Little Richard, called him just a crazy old dude. When he was like, I am the architect of rock and roll. I was the one that put rock and roll together the way that it is now. And I remember in the 70s and 80s, they laughed and mocked him. Now, since social media and people can do their homework, like over the last 10, 20 years, everybody knows that crazy dude was not crazy. But I remember as a kid, they were looking at him like, whatever crazy guy. International Quiet Storm says this. Shout out to International with the $10 love. He said, Dre, I have been researching the midterm candidates for 18 months. He said, I read every state proposition. And I used to do that. Dude, I was reading the propositions just as much as I was reading the candidates. So I knew when I was going into my voting booth, I knew what new proposals that they wanted me to vote on. I'm with you on that one. He said that want to rise my property tax. Man, I used to go to those meetings, those property tax meetings in Florida. Shh, you think I ain't go? Man, me and Jeffrey, Ghostface, my uncle used to go to them. Man, okay. Y'all think I just be over here talking? Okay. He said all the organizations and companies that vouch for them. I'm with you on that one, brother. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Official Kobe says this. He said, that's it, Dre. He said, I'm telling you, I'm Pan-African. I'm with you, brother. Shout out to you guys being in the building. Make sure you click the like button. Let's go back to the video. Shout out to Kobe. Let me bring it back a little bit. I was running off at the mouth. Let's bring her back just a little bit.
Oh, we don't run. Black Americans stay and fight. As if the people who are saying shit like that fought a day in their life. Most of us speaking didn't even experience Jim Crow. Didn't even experience marching in the civil rights movement. It's so easy to talk from a privileged mindset. How the hell are y'all shaming people for leaving their country where horrible things are happening? Things that we wouldn't have been able to survive through. Y'all are shaming them, especially women. When you know shit happens in a country, women and children are the first to suffer. And you as a woman shaming other women for leaving? Do you not listen to what happened to those women in Congo? You're telling me right now, if you went through even 1% of what them women did in Congo and someone gave you the option to leave, you would have been like, nah, I'm going to stay and fight. Fuck out of here. I heard stories where women were getting choo-choo trains ran on them from like 6 soldiers. And you're telling me if that happened to you, you wouldn't have left? It's so easy to talk behind a privileged mindset. I swear to God.
So I've been to like 50 countries. Whenever I come back to America, people always ask me, how is it being black in Australia? How is it being black in the UK? How is it being black in this country or that country? Is there racism there? And I'm like, babe, listen, let me hold your hand when I tell you this. If you could be black in America and survive, you could be black anywhere and survive. Personally, I feel a lot safer overseas being a black American than I do being a black American in America, which is the exact reason why I would never, ever, ever live in America again.
Before he says that, I know that there are some areas that each country has to work on when it comes to safety. I know Colombia is not the most safe. Brazil and certain Mexico are not the safest countries on the planet. I know better than that. Let me figure out how I'm going to word the next thing I'm going to say. I know these other countries are a lot more dangerous than the United States. I'm not naive to that. But when it comes to direct, daily, systematic racism, I don't have to deal with that. Now, it's not like in the United States, everybody was walking up to me saying the N-word. But I knew if I didn't ask for a bonus on my job to get the same pay that my white counterparts were getting, I was not going to get the same amount that my white counterparts were getting. To where the white counterparts, shout out to them, they will automatically get a certain amount on their salary. If I kept my mouth closed, I was not going to get that amount. I would have to have a meeting with my manager in HR in order to negotiate to get to what a white do. I shouldn't have to do that. That's the systematic racism I mean. Systematic racism is I'm driving my vehicle in the United States. Nobody's called me the N-word or nothing like that. But I've had several times where police officers are tailing me. I turn on purpose to make sure that they're not tailing me. I'm in my 40s. I'm not some young kid. They've already checked my license plate. No outstanding tickets. But they're still tailing me. I've never had that happen in another country. No matter what country I've rented a vehicle from, I've never had anybody, no police officer ever tailing me. Especially if they've already ran my plates. That's the stuff that a lot of times Americans who have never lived in another country don't know what the hell they're talking about. Those are the things that lowers your stress level when you leave the United States. The systematic racism that's there. The fact I had to negotiate to get the same thing that my white counterparts were getting. I was doing a great job. They were doing a great job. But because of their race, they got that $5,000 bonus on their salary. I'd have to go in and negotiate my $5,000 bonus. White dude can walk in oblivion and drive in oblivion in the United States, half drunk, on weed and everything. I ain't never drove drunk or on no weed, but I'm being tailed. Until you leave the United States and you don't deal with that, FBA, come talk to me. I've never dealt with that. No, you never knew you were dealing with that. There are many forms of systematic racism. For example, what Black women go through is not a coincidence that Black women's births and miscarriages are on record levels now, that Black women are losing babies all of a sudden in this medical system, to whereas other races somehow are able to have kids. That's systematic racism. To whereas if a Black woman was having that baby in another country, she's just having a baby. Her baby doesn't all of a sudden come up deceased. But in America, every time you turn around, Black women are losing their children. Y'all don't think about that. Racism is not just somebody walking up to you saying the N-word. Racism is systematic. It's in the system of the United States. Racism is the thread that makes the quilt of the United States. Systematic racism, and I've seen these type of videos several times over the last 5-6 years. Black couple goes to sell their house. They want to sell their California home for $3 million. All the other houses in the community are going for $3 million. The auditor comes out, the house is $2.6 million. Black people, and I've seen this one several times, they take all the photos out, anything that will remind you that Black people live in there, and they bring a friend or a person that works for them that's white, a white employee of theirs, and bring them into the house. House is appraised $3.2 million. Systematic racism. So when you guys sit back and hear us talk about there are things that cause stress, or like the one lady says, post-slavery PTSD. No wonder black people live longer once they leave the United States, because they aren't under certain stressors. I kid you not, dude. I can walk outside and I know somebody is judging me more for my nationality than they do my race. They're looking at me like that's an American more than they looking at me like that's a black man. And as long as you're in America, I'm gonna say this before we go back to the video. You don't know a damn thing what I just said. That's probably the saddest part of all, black people. As long as you're in America, everything I just said for the last 10 minutes went right over your head. You don't know what the hell I'm talking about. What do you mean police don't follow you around? They do that everywhere. What do you mean you don't get as much as the white man? They do that everywhere, right? What do you mean they appraise your house differently? Well, they do that around the world for black people. Everybody's going through racism. No, everybody's not going through America's systematic racism. A system built on racism. Built on it, thrives on it, would crumble without it. I'll say this again. You want to see America crumble? Take away racism. Y'all talk about the black family or the white family, America's crumbling. Take away the military, America crumbles. Take away the stock market and the money, America is crumble. The petrodollar, America will crumble. Take away racism. Take away pure, unadulterated racism. Make being a racist illegal. Like really illegal, not that play illegal. Take away the mindset. Watch how America crumbles when it has to be fair to everyone. And you want me to stay in that country. America needs racism like it needs air. Like it needs food. America couldn't strive or survive or continue on without putting its foot on somebody's neck, and it's yours. And it's at the point where now you've even been trained to put the foot on your own neck. They don't need the Klan anymore. They don't need the Aryan Nation anymore. They don't need the white man love white man movement anymore. They can sit back and just watch you let your kids run rampant and tear up everything. And when the police so happen to arrest them or happen to shoot them, what y'all gonna do? Do a little picket signs and y'all gonna say it ain't fair. And what's gonna happen? You gonna let your little raggedy ass kids run the streets again. And then it's gonna start all over again. Blah, blah, another kid dead. Y'all gonna get a picket sign. Ain't nothing gonna happen. Y'all let y'all little badass kids run the streets of America again. You let your girlfriends and your daughters walk around half naked again. I'm not just talking about the black community alone, but this episode, since the black community was the one that opened up their big mouths in the comment section and had something slick to say, I'm talking directly to black people. I am. You have fun with the prison industrial complex that incarcerates mainly Latins and blacks and put you to work. Because according to the 13th Amendment, you are legally a slave if you are incarcerated in the judicial system, the juvenile system, the state system, or the federal system. By law, you are a slave. That's the Constitution, 13th Amendment. And so they lock you brothers up and you lock you Latins up and give you more time than they give a white boy for the same crime. But I'm a liar. I'm escaping. I'm a quitter. Okay. I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay. I'm the quitter. Andre, stop hustling the FBA and American money benefits. Just cut off YouTube channel and just do an American dollar, period. No, tell that to white men who do the same thing. I'm not saying anything that white dudes don't say. Tell it to go. Here's what I need you to do. I need you to run over to your white masters' YouTube channels, and I want you to post exactly what you just post in there for me, because they talk about your black ass just as much as I do. White people talk about y'all just as much as I do. I sit back and I see them just tear y'all up on Instagram. We're going through this black fatigue. They done said they got black, they tired of y'all ass. I see white people now be on the streets calling y'all niggas in public. Nigger, nigger, nigger. Do you want to come over this channel and criticize a black man for telling you the truth? First, I need for y'all to do me a favor. All you FBAs and all you FB gays, do me a favor. Take your ass over there with this same statement and all your other little comments. Take them to the white man first. Because y'all always got balls for brothers. Oh, y'all the bravest dudes when it comes to talking to brothers. But when it's time to take your ass over to the white man that telling y'all, I'm tired of you niggers. I've got nigger fatigue. I don't never see y'all in the comment. Y'all don't say shit to y'all was sucking Charlie Kirk's dick before he died. Y'all was all up, y'all tongue was all up under that man's balls as black men. Tongue up under his balls. Y'all ain't said nothing to Charlie Kirk when he was talking crazy to y'all. Then y'all want to come over here to the black man and talk crazy. Hey, I got news for you. Even though Charlie Kirk is gone, there's some more out there that talk just like him. Scamper your little black ass over there to their channel. And then I'm not blocking you. I'm not gonna block you, because once you get done going over there to your masters, your Plantation masters channel, and post this bullshit on their channel, then you can come over here and talk to your brother. Don't come running your ass over here when white dudes been talking like this forever. Before there was a YouTube, they were doing it on podcasts. They were doing it on AM radio. You had Rush Limbaugh talking about your black ass like you wasn't shit, and you ain't do nothing about it. Rush Limbaugh blew up. Trump gave him a Medal of Honor before he died and everything for talking how as bad as he talked about Americans and black Americans. You ain't do shit. You let Rush Limbaugh build a 40-year career on radio, tearing your ass apart. And now you want to sit back and come over here on me? No, run your happy asses over there and weed out the new Rush Limbaughs and the new Charlie Kirks. And you put these same little ragged ass comments, and I mean all y'all, put them same raggedy ass anti-comments, all you Umarites, run your asses over there and say the same shit to white dudes. I'm tired of hearing Umar criticizing and putting down black men, but I ain't never seen Umar sit his ass in front of some white dudes and say that same shit. Cause he know them white dudes gonna tell you, aren't you the same Umar with 2 baby mamas and an invisible school? Didn't your people send you millions of dollars and your school is still invisible? Would you build a school with invisible paint? Umar know better than take his ass over there and fuck with some white people with them ragged ass comments in which he try to put black people down on. And he's them same FBA ass FB gay dudes and ADOS dudes that be coming over here on black content that ain't got shit to do with y'all. But if somebody tell y'all, run your scamper your ass over there to the Rush Limbaugh's disciples and the Charlie Kirk disciples, now you're scared. When I see you go over there and do that, and here's another thing I'm tired of y'all with. I'm tired of y'all ass telling black men and black women, why don't you give up your American citizenship if you don't like America? Tell that to the white corporations that left America and still making money off your ass. Tell that to the white corporations that's doing that. Tell that to white people that left your ass and still making American dollars. I don't never see y'all black asses running over the white channels that talk about your ass. They talk about they got black fatigue. They tired of you. They tired of your kids. They tell y'all that on social media all day, every day. They tell y'all they got passports. They leaving y'all black ass behind, and y'all don't say shit in the comments. So stop being scared. Like we used to say in jail, if you scared, take your ass to church, but don't come over here. Try Jesus. Don't try me. Try Jesus. Don't try me. I ain't that one.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
I ain't the one to play with. My fucks have been, dude, I've been gave up all my fucks before I left the United States. When I left the United States in exchange for a passport, they say, Andre, you know you're gonna have to give us your fucks. All of them? If you want this passport. But I've had these fucks my whole life. You're gonna have to give up your fucks for your passport. All of them? I can't keep one? Nope. I got my passport. I gave up all my fucks. So I really don't give a fuck at all. And I talk like this in public as well as private. It is not my job to listen to y'all any more babysitting. I am 58 fucking years old. I'm tired of hearing this new wave of black people cry. It is not like when we was crying during the civil rights movement because we were doing something about it during the civil rights movement. For the last 50 years, we ain't been shit but troublemakers. That's all we've been. We getting worse and worse and worse and worse. All of our billionaires damn near under investigation. We can't even become billionaires without some shit popping off. Jay-Z, Diddy. Can't even become billionaires in peace. Not saying that white dudes that do it are correct, but we ain't talking about white dudes tonight. We talking to your FB gay asses. So all that crying y'all doing in the comments, and I don't mean just you, brother. I mean anybody that's crying on this channel. A, you picked the wrong channel. B, I got my passport. Anytime you see my passport, that means I have no fucks to give to what y'all think about me in the United States. Not a one. I exchanged it for my passport. And so since I got my passport, that means I ain't got one fuck. I want to keep one. They wouldn't let me. So I gave all my fucks, and I don't give a fuck about what how y'all feel. And y'all really don't give a fuck about how I feel. Because if you did, you wouldn't have your ass over here talking about some damn FB gay shit. Nobody care about that shit. I live in another country. How the fuck am I supposed to care about FBA? I don't care nothing about none of that shit. Get y'all picket signs, get your ass out there and do something while you still in the States. That's what I'm tired of hearing black people talk about. Y'all always talking about some, yeah, we need to come together. Come together then. We need to invest in, go ahead and invest in. But all that whining and crying, dude, we who are outside the United States are not hearing that shit. Them tears that y'all shedding, keep them motherfuckers on the plantation. On the plantation. Now, like I said, take these comments, scamper your ass over there, back on the plantation, and go to the white man and go to his YouTube channel. And I want you to post this same shit. Don't post nothing. I want you to screenshot your shit. I want you to post exactly what you posted on this black man's channel. Run your ass over there to them Charlie Kirk disciples. I dare you. But I know you ain't. Because I know one thing that black people ain't gonna admit. Y'all still scared of white people. I ain't scared of no white people. Bullshit. You will put a hot ball in the skull of a black man in a minute. You ain't gonna do that shit, white man. You ain't gonna say that shit in a rap. You be rapping your ass. Oh, I killed 50 people, not a murder 50 people. But you ain't gonna never say you did that to a white dude. I'll take your grandmama and I'll delete your grandson. You gonna do all that to black people, but you will never say in one hip hop song, one album, that you would do that to a white person. You would never say that about a white person. Y'all still scared. You know why? because the white man can give it and the white man can take it away. Even this YouTube channel. This is the white man's platform. The white man can end this channel right now, can't he? You know why? The white man can give it and the white man can take it away. And I'm not dumb enough to try to pretend I don't see that we still have a lot of work to do as black people to where when we get to the point where we don't have to worry about somebody taking something away. When did they delete Martin Luther King? When he was fighting for equal rights? No. They deleted Martin Luther King when Martin Luther King decided that he wanted to fight for equal rights for poor blacks and poor whites. And rich people said, oh, hell no, he got to go. Okay. Thank you, babe. Okay. Yeah. So don't put no more comments in it. I don't want to hear no, I don't want to read your comments, and anybody that's like you here, I don't want to read y'all comments, man. And I'm not. Take them comments over to the white people. Stop being so scary. I mean, black people, I'm serious. Stop being American black people. I'm not there. If I gave you any advice, let's say I'm about to leave, go to heaven in a couple minutes. Guess what, black people? My last bit of advice for you is stop being so scared of other races. If you're going to do it, do it. Stop letting us have one or two heroes that's not scared. The Malcolm X's who wasn't scared. The Farrakhan's that wasn't scared. The Stokely Carmichaels that wasn't scared. Martin Luther King's that wasn't scared. The Malcolms that wasn't scared. John Lewis who wasn't scared of white people. We always got these little bits and pieces of black people, one or two black people with each era that's not scared of white people. Most of y'all still scared. Talking about you so tough. Anybody, like Jesus would say, anybody can delete somebody from their own family. It's easy for you to delete another black person. Talk crazy to another black. I'm another black man. It's easy to talk crazy to me because that's all we ever did to each other over the last 40, 50 years when we weren't like this. But when I sit back and I say, take your screenshot your own comments and take them over to the white man channel, now you're scared. Now you're scared. Don't be scared now. I dare you. You ain't gonna do it. These cameras can go off tonight and you can see white dudes, and I see them all, white men and white women ain't scared of telling y'all Negroes they are tired of y'all asses. Trump has opened up the floodgates for white people to say what they've been waiting to say. They've been holding that in since the Obama administration. White people are going in on y'all. Y'all know my job is to research all of these videos. So I come across black videos. I'm in South America, so I can watch all the Latin videos, and I watch the white video. And I'm telling you, white people are tired of your kids running the streets. They are tired of Umar and his invisible school. And they are tired of black people who want to come up with this FBA and ADOS, but ain't doing nothing for the community. And dude, if y'all want me to do an episode on it, I could run you. You talking about getting your feelings hurt? I could do an episode and I could show nothing but white folks telling y'all how tired they are of you being fake black instead of being the black who we used to be. What's the fake black, Dre? Give me an example. What do you mean? The black who we used to be was married at an 80% clip. This fake black is divorced at an 80% clip. The real black who we used to be, 80% of our kids were born in marriages. This fake black is 80% of our kids are born outside of wedlock. The real black was black women used to be fashionable and stylish. This fake black women barely putting clothes on. The real black women were shaped, built, and had the weight of supermodels and beauty queens. Curves just right. Just beautiful black women. Now, 70% of our women are considered fat or obese. And you want to get mad at me? Let me put it like this. If I was still stuck in the United States, I'd be pissed too. Hey Raymond, check it out. If I had to have my ass still stuck in the States dealing with racism, and then when I wanted some pussy, 70% of the females that I had a choice of fucking was fat as hell with an attitude. If every time I took a sister out on a date in America, it's gonna cost me between $50 to $150 just for one date. So if it's 3 dates, I'm cracking over $600 damn near. $425, $450 just for 3 dates. I'd be pissed too. If my gas prices was $7 a gallon, I'd be pissed just like you. If I had to deal with systematic racism on the job and off the job, I'd be pissed like you. If I had to live in a country that has a concept called driving while black, I'd be talking just like you, Raymond, out the side of my motherfucking neck because I'm mad. I'm mad. You can defend America all you want, but I'm not talking about just America. I'm talking about Black America in this episode, because y'all the ones that always come after us people that got passports. So I'm here to defend the brothers and sisters who had enough sense to get a passport and start seeing what the world is all about, whether we want to move or not. But if I was like y'all, then I was stuck on that fucking plantation, eating that same unhealthy ass food. And I know that it's unhealthy. And I'm feeding it to my kids. And I'm feeding that nasty ass shit to my grandkids, who I claim I love. And I'm sending my kids to school and not knowing that if they gonna make it through the school year, because some fool gonna come in there and shoot the school up, I'd be pissed too. I would be pissed. So I don't blame you coming on this channel crying and whining and all that shit. Cry on, brother. But here's what I need you to do. Have some balls about yourself. Take all your little comments and scamper your little ass over there to White Men's channel. Do that and then bring your ass back over here. I might believe what you just said if you do that. But until then, don't be bringing that scary shit over here. That shit don't move nobody. And I'm not going to block you. I ain't going to do none of that. Because you need to go ahead, take your ass over there on your own. Be a man about yours. I'm serious. I am not joking. It's not a joke. There are plenty of white channels. You want me to give you some? Dude, I can give you plenty of white channels that are on Instagram, TikTok. They do panels at night. White people do panels at night talking about how much they tired of y'all black asses and your raggedy ass kids who could barely read at a fourth to sixth grade level. They all over TikTok. So they just think I'm making some shit up. See, here's the kicker that y'all pissed out about. You ready? They ain't mad at us. Ain't no white channels talking about no damn, we can't stand the passport, bros. Ain't no white channels for that. We can't stand black women that travel. They get on our last nerve relocating to another country. Ain't no videos for that. Look, when the last time you saw a video of a white person saying they are tired of black people traveling? Maybe Pookie and Ray Ray in them, but us? No. See, we don't have to deal. Ain't no racism towards black people with passports. I'll be glad when those black people no longer use their passport. Ain't no videos. Not one video. Believe it. Not a one. Make sure I got everything up to par. And gentlemen, I just want to say, I ain't apologizing. I ain't apologizing. Fuck them. And I mean that. Take that shit over to white channels. Let me bring you. And every time they come, I'm gonna say the same thing. Run your ass over to white boys first, and then come over here. Don't never come to a black man's channel. And I mean any of our channel. I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told Anton Daniels. Take some of that money and get some shut the fuck up lessons. That's the problem. Y'all need to take some of that money that's in your pocket. Instead of buying bitches, you need to get some lessons. Spanish? Nope. Portuguese? Nope. No, I know what you mean, Dre. You want to get some Thai lessons or some Japanese lessons? Nope. Some of you black dudes need to get some shut the fuck up classes. Some classes that's going to teach you how to shut the fuck up because you don't know what you're talking about. When it comes to this travel space, this is our space. Now, when it comes to the United States, you may be able to tell me some shit. I've been gone for 10 years. So it's been a lot of changes have taken place. That's why I always ask, because I'm not sure. But I know one thing I am sure about when it comes to travel and black people, y'all don't know shit. Not a damn thing. There's only a handful of us that travel the world. Most of us don't go no damn where. Sit your ass down somewhere. I got church in the morning, got me out here cussing. Seriously. T-Mac said, like Robin Harrison said after his concert, if I offended anyone during my show, just want to go say, fuck y'all. Seriously. That's seriously. Shout out to my brother Chaos Rain in the building. Shout out to you. Make sure we support the brother. That's serious. I don't like that crying shit. Don't come crying to black people if you don't cry to white people too. If y'all ever notice about this channel, I will slice and dice jokes on white people just as fast as I'll slice a joke on Latin people and black people. Have y'all ever noticed? I do not discriminate. I do not sugarcoat for white people when they be stinking and funky and you be in other countries and what the hell is that smell? And we be like, well, if you don't take your ass in the shower, how the hell you gonna be in Thailand smelling like that? Do I not crack on their asses all the time? Do I not talk about corporations and systematic racism or corporations that have the prison industrial complex all the time? I'll put no cut on it. Right? So if I don't put no cut on a white man and I don't put no cut on the corporations and I don't put no cut on the Karens, you know, if you bring your black ass over here talking crazy, I'm coming for you. I do not block dudes. I respond to dudes. I talk about everybody. And I think that's one of the things that black people don't like. Because if I was one of those content creators that just like Umar, only focused on black people, then it would be easy. Why? Because black people always putting down black people. So it would be easy to be accepted into the cool, right? But since I talk about everybody in America's weaknesses and areas that we all need to improve on, all of us, none of us are perfect. Black people don't like it. Black people don't like it. Like when I said the white man giveth and the white man taketh the white way, black people don't want to hear that shit. Black people want to really feel like we built some shit. Like we really doing some shit. Our people bled for this. Bled for what? For us to still be in a position where the white man can still giveth and the white man can take it away. Am I lying? After all our 400 plus years of hard work, we are still in a position where the white man can give it and the white man can take it away. Am I lying? 400 plus years of hard work, going to school, building businesses, getting our cities torn down and building another town, losing land, getting land taken away from us so they can build a damn park in New York. The whole thing. All the hard work we do, all the degrees, all the businesses, we are still in a position. No matter how many billions you got, Jay-Z already knows, just like everybody else, just like Will Smith and anybody, the white man giveth and the white man can take it away. We still got work to do. That's the moment when I'll be proud of us as a people. If y'all ever wonder when Andre will be like, there we go, now we doing something. The day we are no longer under the thumb of if the white man doesn't give it, then we ain't worried about the white man take it away. That's when I would be proud of us. Until then, take y'all ass with them comments over to them white boys channels. Let's continue on. I'm gonna bring this brother back.
Fight. Fuck out of here. I heard stories where women were getting choo-choo trains ran on them from like 6 soldiers. And you're telling me if that happened to you, you wouldn't have left? It's so easy to talk behind a privileged mindset. I swear to God.
So I've been to like 50 countries. Whenever I come back to America, people always ask me, how is it being black in Australia? How is it being black in the UK? How is it being black in this country or that country? Is there racism there? And I'm like, babe, listen, let me hold your hand when I tell you this. If you could be black in America and survive, you could be black anywhere and survive. Personally, I feel a lot safer overseas being a black American than I do being a black American in America, which is the exact reason why I would never, ever, ever live in America again. Because I'm a firm believer in going where your soul feels most at peace. And for me as a black man, to live in America is like living in a constant state of anxiety. And that's not life to me. That's not what I want my life to look like or to feel like. And the older that I get, the more that I really value my safety, my peace of mind. And so if I can get that at home where I was born and raised, and I'm gonna go to a place where I can get that. And so that's Australia, if that's the UK, if that's Bali, then so be it. And I'm an advocate for living in places that don't bring you anxiety. Even if that means having to live in a place that is far away from your loved ones. You know, if you're gonna be a trailblazer, you're gonna have to make some sacrifices. The two go hand in hand. Pick your path. But I'm just a world traveler, so what do I know?
In case of war with Russia or China, would you encourage your people to go and fight for America?
In case of war with Russia or China, would we encourage, you mean the black people in America, to fight in defense of America? Black people in this country have fought to defend America ever since America has been America, and black people in this country still don't have the freedom, the justice, and equality that they thought that they were fighting for when they were fighting to defend America.
Why I left the US and will never go back there. The biggest reason why I will not be returning to live in the US is because it is a failed society. I don't think that Americans realize that the way that they live is not actually normal when you compare it to the rest of the world. It's not normal to not have healthcare. It's not normal to be in crippling amounts of debt from going to school or going to a hospital. It's not normal to be afraid of gun violence, for there to be a threat of gun violence in your school. It doesn't matter if it's a developed country or an underdeveloped country. It's not normal to only have 2 choices when it comes to politics and who runs your country. It's not normal to have a 79% literacy rate and half the country cannot read above a 5th grade level. My family and I immigrated. 2 choices when it comes to politics and who runs your country. It's not normal to have a 79% literacy rate and half the country cannot read above a 5th grade.
My bad. I'm gonna hit that one more time.
Of gun violence in your school. It doesn't matter if it's a developed country or an underdeveloped country.
Or China, would we encourage black people in this country still don't?
It's not normal to not have healthcare. It's not normal to be in crippling amounts of debt from going to school or going to a hospital.
American household debt hit a record 16, almost 17 trillion at the end of 2022. That's up 2.75 trillion since 2019. That's just our debts. American credit card debts, almost 100 billion in credit card debts. Our mortgages, 11 trillion in mortgage debt. 1.5 trillion, 1.55 in vehicle loans. Student debt, 1.6 trillion. This is the norm in America, and we try to act like it's the norm around the world.
hospital. It's not normal to be afraid of gun violence, for there to be a threat of gun violence in your school. It doesn't matter if it's a developed country or an underdeveloped country. It's not normal to only have two choices when it comes to politics and who runs your country. It's not normal to—
That's one that Americans could never get their head around. The fact that there are countries that during election, like Colombia and others, that have 4 or 5 different common political parties. Americans can't fathom the thought of more than 2 true political parties. 5? But why? What for? We can't grasp the thought of that. Not just black people, most of Americans can't grasp the fact that we would. Remember when Ross Perot, the billionaire, ran for president? Remember he ran for president? I think it was during the Bush era. And he ran as an independent, and people took him serious. You know what his problem was? His policies? Nope. You know why he didn't have a fighting chance or a snowball chance in hell, just like when Bernie Sanders was running for president. We almost thought we were going to have an independent president. You know what the problem was? The biggest problem with Bernie policy, he was a socialist. No, he wasn't. He's never been a socialist. We just say that about him. You know why we say that about him? You know why we didn't have Ross Perot being an independent president? Because Americans can't fathom the thought of not having a Democrat or a Republican as a president. As a senator, yes, Bernie, you could be a senator, independent. A president that's not biased, independent, that means that he could follow policies independently. He's not swayed by one. Americans can't fathom the thought of having a president with his own thoughts. We can't fathom the thought of American president that doesn't think all Democratic or all Republican. Well, I got news for you. Colombia and other countries, as well as many countries in Europe, have more than one major political party. We just gone with that. And I know Bernie leans a lot more Democratic. I agree with you on that. But when it comes to a president, Americans can't. That's my point. We can't fathom the thought. I kid you not. Dude, I told y'all this all the time. For example, the first time my boy D was here in Cali, Colombia, Ace Live was interviewing him. When that brother said his rent for a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom in the suburbs in which we live in Cali, Colombia, he said this in 2016. In Cali, Colombia, was only $275 plus utilities. Bruh. My brain was trying to calculate that, like, I'd never heard of that since I was a kid. I sat there like, what? To hear somebody say rent $275, and I remember, and I've told this story several times. Then Ace couldn't believe it, and he was like, you must live in a bad area. Because Ace was in Medellin at the time. Ace had never been to Cali before. So he was like, you must be in a bad area. You're only paying $275 for a fully furnished, all utilities, 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom. He said, and I remember D, he was like, bruh, I got a bedroom and a bathroom over here, a bedroom and a bathroom over there, and I live in the suburbs. What are you talking about? This was 2016. You just couldn't wrap your head. As an American, I mean, dude, when he said it, he might as well have said it in slow motion. My brain was like, what? And now when I say a 3-bedroom in the suburbs after inflation, and we're only paying $625, dudes are like, what? You're paying only what? You must live in what? Americans can't wrap their heads around even me paying $600 a month for a 3-bedroom suburban beautiful apartment with 2 living rooms and a dining room with all our utilities, $800, like $850. It just, what? What do you mean? 600. I get it. So when this sister is talking about 2 political parties, it shouldn't be Americans can't fathom that at all. Because if I was stuck in the United States, I ain't gonna lie, I couldn't either. But once I left the United States and started studying global politics, like a lot of you guys do, I started to see like, wait a minute, they got more than one party? Yeah, I mean, they got more than 2 parties? You're like, okay. Like on a ballot for Colombia, there are still 4 presidential candidates on the ballot for next weekend. Ours would be 2, wouldn't it? You got this person on Democrat, this person Republican, and maybe an independent every blue moon, right? But we're mainly Republican. Colombia still got 4 people on the ballot, 4 different parties still on the ballot for next week. Y'all. I know how it feels to be American, how you can't fathom stuff. I understand.
To have a 79% literacy rate and half.
Here we go. Literacy has become such a problem in our country that over 130 million adults now are unable to read a simple story to their that's a damn shame. 21% of adults in the US are illiterate in 2022. 54% of adults have a literacy below the 6th grade. And y'all think that's coincidental? Y'all think that's coincidental? Or was it set up to be like that?
The country cannot read above a 5th grade level. My family and I immigrated to the United States when I was 5 years old. And in that time, my mom worked herself to the bone. We barely saw our mother because she was always at work. She never had time for herself. She's barely gone on vacation. Her life has literally centered around work for the last 25 years. And so my mom essentially sacrificed her life and her happiness in order to work. And when I returned to the US after living in Europe for 3.5 years, all I was doing was working. I would wake up super early in the morning, commute for 1 hour, go to work for 8 hours, commute for another hour, and then I would have 2 hours to myself before I had to go to bed in order to do the same thing in the morning again. All for 2 weeks of vacation time. And I want you guys to know that this is not normal. In some countries...
Let's take a look. Vacation time. We already looked up earlier that Americans in 2024 left on the table paid vacation time, 658 million hours of paid vacation time Americans didn't use in 2024. We just looked that up, right? Let's look at other countries. Austria, when it comes to public holidays, and they get 25 annual paid vacation days. France, 13 public holidays, but they get 25. vacation days, paid vacation days. Spain gets 22 paid vacation days, and they've got 14 holidays that you get paid on as well. South Korea. And I don't know if you guys see at the bottom. At the bottom is America. No annual leave days. And we get for vacation days, we get 10 days. And we got 10 public holidays. That's it. And you wonder why Americans are so stressed. We don't even get the time to have a day off. And then they reel you in with the time and a half on vacation days. So let's say it's Christmas weekend. Everybody's off. Your boss says, hey, we paying time and a half. You thinking about the boost that you can get your paycheck. So you're working on Thanksgiving weekend. You're working on Christmas weekend because you're getting paid time and a half.
The minimum that an employee will get off of work is 6 weeks.
When I said America was ghetto and I never want to go back to live there, people were coming for me. They were like, give up your passport, blah, blah, blah. It's actually so embarrassing to be American nowadays. Like, people are laughing at America hard. You pay taxes. Almost 60% of your paycheck goes to taxes. Do you get free health care? Is it clean in America? Is it safe? No. Do you know where your tax money goes to? It goes abroad.
All right. Y'all know I was going to come with receipts. Let's see where your tax money goes to, Americans. United States provide financial assistance approximately to 175 to 180 countries and territories. This is where your tax money goes. Not to healthcare for all, not to better schools, not for better foods, not for better medical system, not for protection in regards to better policing. When you pay your taxes, a huge chunk of your taxes goes to approximately, think about it, it's only 200 plus countries in the world anyway, like 201, 203. It's only that many countries. Out of 200 plus countries, America's sending money to 180 countries and territories worldwide because U.S. foreign aid operates through various channels such as long-term economic development, humanitarian crisis responses, and security assistance. So yeah, out of roughly 196 countries recognized by the State Department, 180 America is taking your tax dollars. He said now they're asking for 1.5 trillion for the defense fund. He say, Dre, weren't you a former passport bro before you moved to Colombia? Oh no, I was always an expat and a traveler. Passport bro movement didn't even exist until like 5-6 years after I was already here. Good question, but no, I support the passport bro movement. So a lot of guys think because I support the movement that I was actually one. Dude, I'm an expat. I am an immigrant into somebody else's country. See, I have no problem with saying immigrant. I am a true immigrant, American immigrant in Colombia. That's exactly what I am. I am an expat. You want to put race on it? A black expat. But I've never used, as far as the title, I'm a passport bro, not being against it because I've supported 100%. Here's the kicker. I just so happen to been gone years before. Like a lot of you military guys. A lot of you military guys have been traveling the world long before there was a passport bro movement. You might support the guys that are coming along in the passport bro movement. That doesn't make you a passport bro because you've been traveling forever. Yeah. Maybe if I've been traveling after the movement, I would be considered one, but I just support it. I just support what the guys are trying to do. The positive guys are trying to do. Yep, they just gave $40 billion to Argentina last year. Yep, absolutely correct. He said, "Don't forget, Trump just gave reparations to the people that raided the Capitol." He did, didn't he? He just gave reparations to the people that raided the Capitol. Yep. Hey, Trump loved his supporters. Let's go back to the video.
It goes to Israel. It goes to Ukraine. It goes to a TikTok ban. You're paying taxes to people who do not give a damn about you. I will never go back. Like, I might visit my family, but I will never live there again. I'm officially leaving the US to permanently live abroad, and I feel the same jitters that I felt this time last year when this whole journey even started. If you're new here, or maybe you haven't been here in a while, let me catch you up to speed. Literally this time last year, y'all had your girl crying on live television as I was packing and preparing to go explore the world, live, travel, all that good stuff. Let me just tell you, I had no idea where I was going, how long I was going to be there, and what that whole process was even going to look like. And here we are a year later after living in 3 different countries, and I finally know where I want to call home for a little while.
So it's really interesting how Black people get judged for leaving the US, but nobody questions white Americans or, Europeans who do the exact same thing. So let's talk about that for a second, because people act shocked when Black Americans say, I want a better life, or I want a better quality of life outside of the US. But here's the thing though, people have been leaving America for decades. This isn't new. This isn't some TikTok trend. This isn't a mass exodus out of nowhere, or a great migration out of nowhere. Expats, retirees, digital workers, entire families, they've been quietly leaving because they saw it coming a long time ago, okay? Long time before all of this started happening. Yet somehow when Black people say the same thing, it becomes, why would you leave such a great nation? And let me be clear, Black people are not obligated to stay and keep fighting systems that refuse to change. It will never change. It hasn't changed for years, hundreds of years. It's not going to change now. That is not a moral duty. That is not betrayal. That is self-preservation. And honestly, you guys, most of the people judging have never actually lived outside of the US or spent an extended time outside of the US. And I'm not talking about, your 2-week all-inclusive Cancun vacation. That does not count. You can come in. I'm talking about paying rent abroad, using healthcare abroad, buying groceries abroad. That's my 2-year-old toddler and his dad. I'm talking about living in another culture, understanding another economy, because once you do that, you start asking different questions like, why is healthcare cheaper? Or why does healthcare cost less, but it still has a great quality? Why is my money going further? And yeah, we can talk about currency arbitrage and, currency conversion, all those things, but it also works. It also makes sense equally for the locals as well, is what I want to say, right? You're probably going to ask yourself, why does my nervous system feel calmer, right? Do yourself a favor and travel. Take a sabbatical somewhere else, okay? And then come back and tell me whether people leaving the US are crazy or if they just saw another option and choose peace. Wanting a better life does not make you ungrateful. It makes you aware.
All right, let's hear from the Plantation Bros again.
There was never a point in American history where America was equal for Black people as it was for white folks. It never happened. So we have to stop telling this lie and spreading this nonsense that was ever the case in American history. Black people have always historically been fighting an uphill battle in a multiplicity of ways. That doesn't exempt them from accountability, but Black Americans, we have as a culture always been fighting an uphill battle, economically and politically.
Give me a second.
SUV. How is that possible? Integrate into the same neighborhood that I worked my entire life to get into. I don't understand it.
now we're looking at the life of those that are in the blacks that are still back in the States. The one brother just said, hey, I see that black people have always had to fight an uphill climb. Now, these white people right here, you're going to love this. These are MAGA followers. And they are complaining because a black guy moved in their neighborhood and can afford, I kid you not, can afford a Lexus truck. And they're upset because he's able to drive up and down the neighborhood with a Lexus truck. That's what these people that are speaking right now are complaining about.
Here's this guy right here in his brand new Lexus.
There he is, right there.
Right there. That guy right
It's
there.
what makes
Black guy just riding by in his Lexus truck in the neighborhood, and they can't stand it. That is crazy. But that's what you experience when you're still stuck in the States. You can accomplish your goals, and you still gonna have some white boy haters.
America Great Again has always meant to certain people. It's never been about patriotism. It's always been about hierarchy, about making sure black people stay in a place that makes them comfortable. Because let's be honest, imagine living in a country where 400 years you receive every privilege available. Free labor for almost 2 centuries, millions of acres of free land through the Homestead Act, government assistance when black folks were excluded, white veterans received GI Bills as sent them to college when black veterans who served the country faithfully did not, white home ownership through FHA loans that black people didn't get while black families were redlined into poverty. There was affirmative action for white folks long before the phrase was ever even created. Let me name a few more. Tax benefits, union protections, government contracts, social security programs that originally excluded black labor, corporate subsidies, banking systems built on predatory denial of black access, policing designed to guard white prosperity, and the unspoken privilege of always being seen and deserving, and all that for generations. And yet here we are, after everything designed to hold us back, we still here. It makes them a failure. We're still educating ourselves, still building businesses. It makes them a failure. Still growing wealth, still buying homes, still pulling up in our Lexuses. That makes them a failure. We still thrive in the ways this country has never planned for us to thrive. And it makes them feel like failures. Because that's what they are. That's why it bothers them. Because to them, our success is what it is. It makes them failures. They feel better when they can look down on us. They feel safer when we have to struggle. They feel whole when we are broken. So when they say make America great again, what they are really saying is let's go back and reset the hierarchy. Let's put them back in their place, which is beneath us. Let's strip away any progress that they've made. Let's take away all their rights, all their opportunities, all the wins that make them feel equal. Because for us to feel equal, it makes them feel like failures.
Black American folk, what many of you all need to understand is that we are surrounded by folk who love to see us suffer. Absolutely.
Now, you would think this would be the passport bro section, right? You would think this would be the passport bros talking, right? Passport sisters. No, this is the plantation bros section. The plantation sisters are talking like this. So let's finish listening to the plantation folks, the life that they're living right now. They can't even have a Lexus without somebody complaining. I can have one and ain't nobody gonna complain. They still fighting the uphill climb because what the white man giveth, the white man can take it away. You got equal. You got right now. They're redistributing the voting blocks since the Supreme Court said it is not illegal for a state to redirect its voting blocks as far as counties. This is the plantation that y'all wanted us to stay on. No. I'm trying to understand. Is this the plantation that y'all really wanted us to stay on with y'all? So I'm supposed to live in a country with. Hey, check it out. Guess whose voting block doesn't get changed, no matter how many districts they change. No matter how many of y'all districts and counties they switch away, guess who voting block never changes. I don't care if they redistrict the black area or the white area in your state. Guess who doesn't? Guess who district never changes? About 20 more minutes. Okay, sexy boo. Will be another 20 minutes. Guess who district doesn't change when it comes to voting? Us 12 million expats. Our district never changes. There is no changing of Americans that live outside the United States not being able to vote. Our president, city council, mayors, I vote for all that. All of it. I ain't got to worry about my district changing. All the 11, 12 million of us, we still voting. They play games with y'all all day long. Us, we ain't never got to worry about that mess taking place to us. We ain't got to worry about if the seniors that are voting outside the United States, all of a sudden they can't vote. They can still vote. We ain't got to worry about if you're black, you can't vote because you're in this district. I'm an expat. No matter if I'm black, I can vote. My district is the 11 to 12 million people known as expats that live outside the United States. You better ask somebody about our district. We vote in every election. Y'all got stimulus checks? We got stimulus checks. All the benefits that y'all have, we have. So why they playing them mind games with y'all districts and redirecting and rerouting the voting, trying to keep black people from voting? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. They ain't never. How you gonna reroute our district? How you gonna reroute 12 million voters? They don't. They don't.
That's what this nation has been built on. Dick Gregory wrote that the United States of America excels in oppressing black folk. Sure does.
The Supreme Court just changed how voting maps get drawn in America. In a 6-3 ruling, the court made it significantly harder to enforce the Voting Rights Act. States can now use partisan intent as a defense, even when race and party are nearly impossible to separate. Within days, 5 states were already redrawing maps, and the fallout has been immediate. Several states have already moved to redraw their maps, with real elections being caught in the middle.
Judges in New Jersey would be able to overturn election results, redraw district boundaries.
Now, we're just talking about New Jersey as well as other states because of what took place with the Supreme Court over the last few weeks. Let's hear what they're going to be doing in New Jersey.
Change the dates of elections, increase the size of a town council or other governing body, change the deadline for returning ballots, change the method of an election, such as ranked choice voting, change the length of someone's term in office. In other words, totally reinvent major election processes. And on top of all of that, for good measure, it outright bans voter
ID. Yeah, it was cut off. Voter ID.
This is not a random bill. It is being pushed by specific lawmakers, and it could change who gets to vote in 2026 and beyond. Let's talk about the 2026 Save America Act and why voting rights experts are sounding alarms. This proposal is being advanced by Republican members of Congress aligned with stricter election verification policies. Their argument is that federal elections need stronger safeguards to prevent non-citizen voting. But here is what the bill actually does. It requires documented proof of U.S. citizenship to register for federal elections, not a checkbox, not an oath, actual documents like a passport, a birth certificate, or naturalization papers. Now, here is where this becomes structurally dangerous. Millions of Americans do not have immediate access to those documents. Women who change their last names after marriage, elderly voters born before modern record systems, naturalized citizens, low-income Americans without passports, rural residents with limited DMV access.
Racism is built into the DNA of America. And as long as we turn a blind eye to the pain of those suffering under its oppression, we will never escape those origins. The only safeguard people of color have is the right to a defense, and we won't even give them that. Which means that the promise of civil rights has never been fulfilled.
No, that can't be true.
Due to the failure.
That cannot be true. The promise of civil rights, well, the way that the Plantation Bros act, that the promise of civil rights has already been fulfilled. Olivia Pope. The promises of racism has already been fulfilled. Wait a minute. The civil rights movement, but wait. Because if I listen to the Plantation Bros, everybody's equal. Kumbaya. If I listen to the Plantation Bros, me leaving the United States, I'm missing out on the goodies. I'm leaving the United States at the wrong time. I mean, they redirected the voting. I'm missing out on all that. I'm missing out on the prison industrial complex where they making money off of prisons. I'm missing out on that. I'm missing out on all the mass shootings. I mean, I could be up in one of them churches. They going clockly clock cloud. I could be in one of them churches that they shooting up in the black community. Man, I'm missing out on kids just running up and raiding neighborhoods, jumping on people's cars. I'm missing out on the goodies. If I listen to, come on, Raymond, talk to me, man. I'm missing out on all the fun. No wonder you want me to come back to that bullshit. These are the Plantation Bros that's talking. These ain't even the expats that are talking. The Plantation Bros and sisters are saying that America is changing the voting districts. That's the Plantation Bros and sisters saying that. It ain't us expats that are saying that. It's the Plantation Bros and sisters that are saying America was built on race. It's in the fabric. It's in the DNA of America, racism. That ain't us that's saying that. That's y'all that's still on the plantation. Black people still on an uphill climb. That wasn't us expats talking. Expats about to talk in a minute. That's the passport bros are about to talk in a minute. We're listening to the Plantation Bros and the Plantation Sisters talk about life in America today. Today. So let's listen.
Of our justice system, our public defense system in particular. Jim Crow is alive and kicking.
It's like in America, if you don't have money, you will always be in a perpetual state of struggle and unhappiness and just struggleness. Like it's just so sad to me. And
I tell you what's so sad. To be in a car complaining about America, all the while you got a dream catcher. You got a dream catcher right below you, hanging off your mirror. So you ain't got no dreams, girl? You doing like most people, black people, complaining about America, but you ain't gonna live no dreams. How hypocritical can you get? Complaining about America with a dream catcher right there, letting you know you need to be going after different dreams, dangling off your mirror. So you pretending like you can catch some dreams. Okay. Maybe I'm the only one that noticed a dream catcher.
I just hate that. This money shit, it's like I don't want to be in a perpetual state of struggle because I don't have money or I don't make enough money. It's sad. And so, but it's all predicated off of capitalism. Like the reason why you feel like you gotta have 8 jobs, do you think you would feel that same way if you lived in China as a citizen in China or something? No. If you live in, because that society, their governments and how their society is built to actually help their people. So in other countries, if you were a citizen there, you wouldn't need to feel this need to have 8 million jobs or to have 8 side hustles.
He said to me,
in that bag. Because that's not just New York. That's for many of us in the States. He said, why do you think people don't leave New York? And I say, why do you think people don't leave the United States? He stated, like I said, I'm going to play it again because it was so profound. He said, because the prisons have been built and guarded by the prisoners. And the prisoners are so egotistical that they are up under the emotional stress of being the prisoner and the guard at the same time. Therefore, they will never leave. That's why a lot of black people won't leave. They believe because they built the prison known as the United States, they need to remain as in the prison as a prisoner. I'll say that again. The number one bragging for black people in the United States is we built this prison over 400 years. This same prison that treats us like prisoners, we are too egotistical to let it go. Therefore, we're not only the ones that built the prison, we're not the only ones that are imprisoned, but if anybody tries to escape, we are the prison guards. And that's why black people talk greasy about other black people that leave the United States. Because black people did not only build our own prison, we are the prisoners of our own prison. And if anybody dares to escape, we are the guards of our own prison that is held up by our egos and being programmed to believe that we are the guards when we are really the prisoners as well. We're gonna bring that back.
To actually help their people. So in other countries, if you were a citizen there, you wouldn't need to feel this need to have 8 million jobs or to have 8 side hustles.
He said to me, wait.
Our problem has been, as black people, we've always been concerned about white America, never about us. And what we've always thought is that white America equal the same interest as us. That is not true. We must now be concerned with us. Let me give you some examples. We always want to prove what good Americans we are. The very first man to die for the War of Independence in this country was a black man named Crispus Attucks. Crispus Attucks. he was a fool. Because here he was dying for white folk freedom, and millions of his brothers were enslaved in the very country.
Now that we looked at the life of Americans on a plantation, and anybody that has a problem with what I said, put in the comments. Anything that was just showed, put it in the comments. Homelessness as at an all-time high in the United States. Was I lying? The fact that they are changing the voting strategy for the counties across the United States and many states, was I lying? The fact that since the civil rights movement, blacks are still behind, and as the white man giveth, the white man can take it away. Was I lying? Is this not the life? Was I lying when I just showed that black people helped build their own prison, and now they feel obligated to be the prisoners and the guards since they built it? Was I lying? Am I lying? Since black people built that prison, black people feel that they're obligated to be the prisoner and the guard, and curse the day of any of us that dare leaves the prison. Was I lying? Now let's hear about the life of those of us who have left.
Going on vacation will literally make you never want to come back to the U.S. I want to be in a place where people are kind to each other, and I feel like for you to be kind, you have to be happy in your own life, and there's a lot of people in the U.S. that are not happy. So what happens when they leave their house? They come out and they're like pieces of shit to everybody. So once in Panama just really confirmed that I am not supposed to be in the U.S. Like, I am over it. I've outgrown the U.S. Panama to me is just a beautiful place. A lot of people are nice. It's slower paced. Personally, for me and my husband's budget, it's a little bit more expensive than what we will experience in Thailand. So we're still thinking about Thailand, but it was just nice to get a glimpse of what it's like to be outside of the U.S. Although it is kind of depressing being back. Like, I'm just going to grind that much harder so I can leave as soon as possible.
All the time, I'm trying to figure out where we're going. I don't know. Tina Turner, Queen of Pop, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Tina Turner, she lived in Switzerland, I think, like, or the south of France or somewhere dope.
Switzerland
with a garden in the back.
South of France is dope, I'm sure. Mm-hmm.
Nina Simone told me that I should leave here. And I was like, go where? She's like, I don't know. They'll never understand you.
Wow.
I would only the way Nina Simone can say.
Yeah, I'd have packed up.
Yeah, I've been looking. Like, oh, shit. Like, where we going? I thought it was Holland. And it, I like a lot about Holland. I like that they have health care for everyone. I like that people speak 3-4 languages. I like they don't have GMOs in the food. They don't trip on people's proclivities. I was like, that's nice.
Good way to put that.
Yeah.
You said Holland?
Yeah.
Look at you ready to go. No, I didn't hear. I didn't hear correctly. Holland, okay. Making sure. Right.
I thought it was dope.
It is pretty lovely.
I just don't like the switch over between the dollar and the euro. That don't make me feel nice.
I just want to say I completely regret leaving America, okay? I'm currently in Cancun. I just got my passport about like 5 days ago, and as soon as I got my passport, bro, I wasted no time, bro. I came straight here, dog. And the amount of of course, you have like girls, you got things that are way more affordable here and stuff like that. But above all else, dog, like the experience that you can have, bro, this is crazy, man. I'm cooked. I don't think I can ever go back and live a normal life, man. Now I gotta go on my laptop and make $20K a month. I'm gonna do it for real too, cause this is crazy. Look at the water. Look at the water. This is some blue ass water, bro. This is some movie shit for real.
I'm probably making times 20 of what I make in Africa out in the Western world. You know what I'm saying? I'm making way more money in America, way more money in the UK, way more money in Europe. But
the love out there. Yeah, okay. I can imagine.
You know what I'm saying? Like, YG was like, because he came to Nigeria, was like, nah, if he was me, he'd never leave.
One thing I've learned since I've gotten older is you will not be appreciated until you leave your environment. I'm from Jacksonville, Florida. In Jacksonville, Florida, if you know about Jacksonville, Florida, it is local celebrity. As my friend Tony would say, like, people, they hype up the local celebrities. When I moved out of that environment and moved to 2 different states, man, you would have thought I was gold. I had strangers who never even knew me, looked out for me. I mean, did things for me that I would have never got back home. I'm a big believer in sometimes you got to move out of your environment because a lot of times you're not appreciated in your environment, unfortunately. Sometimes that's with friends, that's with family. Sometimes people take you for granted. And then once you leave that environment, you go to other environments, people realize this person is gold and this person is the greatest thing since damn slice of bread. And unfortunately, that is a cold, hard truth. Like, I literally did not grow and did not experience the love that I have now until I left my environment. Sometimes you got to leave your environment to grow, because if you stay in the environment, you're stagnant. Nobody's really rooting for you. A lot of times, man, people in that environment are actually hating on you in private. They don't want to see you be successful. They're really not rooting for you. And unfortunately, that's in many places. Man, I've had people from other countries, hyping me up. You know what I'm saying? And I got people that I grew up with won't even show me no love. So if you really want to grow outside of your environment, man, you got to move. You got to get out your environment, because a lot of times, man, the friends, the family, they not really rooting for you, man. And that's just the cold hard truth. Hopefully this is helpful to somebody. Chris with the gems.
All right. Shout out to him. Shout out to the brother. And for anyone, let me put myself over here. And for anyone that's interested in getting that video montage, I know I got a couple of you guys messages, so I'll be sending that out to you either tonight or tomorrow morning. The montage, if anybody of the videos clips that I just showed of the show, if you're interested in that, just shoot me an email. I got a couple of you guys emails already. Just shoot me an email and I'll just send it off to you. Like I said, if I don't send it off to you tonight, I will be sending it off to you tomorrow morning, or actually tomorrow afternoon after church. So I'll be doing that then. But at the end of the day, man, like I said, my goal is to, let's put it like this. By the time you get done hearing me speak, as far as relocating to another country, and as much as I try to convince Americans to keep your ass in America, if you're still willing to relocate after all you've heard me say about staying in America, that's when I know that you're serious about leaving America. You'll have a lot of content creators that'll say, come on out, it's wonderful, da, da, da. You ever notice I don't? I want you to walk through the fire of your decision. I want to know that when no matter what Andre says, I'm leaving that motherfucker. I don't care what Dre is saying. That's how I want you to feel with this channel. That's why I always say don't leave. Because I want you to walk through the fire of your decision like, hey, Dre, I might not leave in 5 years, 2 years, or even 15 years. But I'm telling you, Dre, I'm out this month. I don't care what you say, Andre. I am out of here. There's nothing you can say to convince me to stay. Those are the guys and ladies who this channel is dedicated to. This channel is dedicated to convince you, or to hear you out and hear out how serious your decision is and not take it for granted. That's why you guys always hear me say, hey, I don't care, stay in America. Because A, I don't care, stay in America. But B, those of you who don't care what I just said, and whenever I say it, you're the ones that's going to be all right. I kid you not. You're the ones that in 5 years, 5 months, 15 years, whenever you decide to relocate to another country, you're going to be all right because you are ignoring everything I'm saying about staying in America. Dre, I don't care what you say. I'm out. And I appreciate you guys. But for those that are going to stay, enjoy America. America's a wonderful country. I don't know why y'all think because I have things to say about America, I don't believe my country is amazing. We've got 50 states to enjoy, to explore. I recommend those that decide to stay in America, start traveling. I mean that. I need to do, you know what? We have, in all the years we've been here, we have not done an episode on all the amazing places to go and enjoy in America. And I think I'm going to do that next month. Guys need to know and ladies need to know how amazing America is. We think we know, but we don't know. Most Americans don't go anywhere. So I'm going to talk about at least 10 amazing places, amazing things in America that most Americans don't even know exist. Because we do have a beautiful, beautiful country. And we are amazing people. But like I said, this channel is dedicated to just let people know that you have options. So if you don't want to stay in America, you have the option. You've got the key to the prison. You got the key. You can open the door of the plantation and walk out and live the life that you want to live. Like Jill Scott is saying that she's looking for a country right now. She's looking for a country. But I appreciate you guys being here. I really do. I'll be seeing you guys mañana, tomorrow night. Hope I blessed you guys' evening. And let's get ready for some outros. I got some new outros coming down the turnpike. But until then, we're going to do the belly dancing tonight. I like the belly dancing one. Shout out to you guys.